Hi, good morning. I'm Dave Griffiths. I'm Head of Safety, Health and Environment for SSE Renewables. I also sit on the G+ board and I'm fortunate enough to enact the role as Vice Chair at the moment. I'd really like to welcome you all this morning. It's an absolute pleasure to open today's session. Both the Energy Institute and myself are delighted to see such a fantastic mix of guest speakers and delegates supporting this conference, and we'll continue to build on yesterday's themes of adapting and accelerating throughout today. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Energy Institute Knowledge Partner, IBM, and also our sponsors, Equinor, ERM, Impact, Ørsted, RW Renewables, and my own company, SSE Renewables. In terms of the Energy Institute, for those of you who may not know, the EI is an independent network of professionals spanning the whole energy system, convening and facilitating debate. They bring together expertise so that energy can be better understood, managed and valued. And that's a real big component for today's event. I'd like to encourage you to ask questions throughout the conference. To do that for the Q&A session, please direct any questions into the Q&A section at the bottom of your screen. And the moderators will monitor the questions and pose them to the relevant speaker, who will answer them verbally during the Q&A session. And if you see a question you think is particularly relevant, you can like it, and that will prioritise that question, and the moderators will pick that up. We'll endeavour to answer as many questions as possible today, and please also state which session or speaker your question is aimed at where possible. At the end of the webinar, we'd appreciate your feedback about the conference. It's really important. We continue to learn from all of these events, particularly in this virtual environment. And you'll also see a short questionnaire in your browser after you leave the conference, and please take a moment to fill that in, and we'll take that information back to seek any improvements. Genuinely hope that you enjoyed today's conference, and please engage in the Q&A. It's your opportunity to raise pertinent questions. We've got some fantastic speakers today, and obviously we've got some panel sessions as well, so there's lots to get after. I'm now going to welcome Kate Harvey. Kate's the General Manager of G+ Global Offshore Wind Health and Safety Organisation. So I'll hand over to Kate. Welcome, Kate.
Thanks, Dave, and great to be here today. As Dave said, we're delighted so many of you could join us and to find out more about all the interesting topics we're covering. So I'm Kate Harvey. I'm the General Manager of the G+. The G+ is a global offshore wind health and safety organisation. So we do anything to do with health and safety in offshore wind. So today for this session, I'd like to welcome Zuzana Dinesh. She's joining us. She's the Deputy to the Director of ICAME Safety Centre. And Zuzana will be talking to us today about managing process safety during the pandemic. Zuzana is experienced in training CEOs of high hazard industrial sites on process safety leadership and culture, and she's experienced in developing guidance, among other things. So welcome, Zuzana, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate, for the nice introduction, and bear with me for a second, and I'm starting the presentation. So I hope that it's visible now at its full. Yeah?
It's not in full screen.
Oh, it's again. Sorry about that. This is something that we are experiencing in this new virtual life. I think now it's okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Apologies again. So thank you so much, and this is a great pleasure to be here, and I try to convey a message to you today about what actually, it's not me, it's about our ICAME Safety Center members, the member industries, who were kind enough to share with us what they have experienced during this really challenging time that we have been through and we are still experiencing. And when they shared all these experiences with us, then we put together a white paper. And because we thought, why not to share with the world what these member companies experiencing and what are the main challenges, not necessarily particularly about how to how to work within the technology, how to operate the site, but rather the overall aspects regarding the pandemic situation. And mind you, I'm not going to talk about the pandemic itself, because that's not on me. It's not my task to do. What I would like to talk about is our survey. So as you can see here on this particular picture, we have the ICAMI Safety Center framework. And the framework is around 6 particular elements, or 6 pillars, if you want to call them in that way. And these are, as you can see, systems and procedures, engineering and design, assurance, knowledge and competence, human factors, and culture. And they are all circulated or pinned around leadership. Why is that? Because at the Safety Center, we believe that everything is around leadership, and every role within an organization leadership has a really significant meaning and importance. And these are the topics that were covered in this survey. And I don't want to scare you off with the detailed topics. I would like to show you all of them. However, I would like to emphasize and highlight the most important aspects of these. And as you can see on the right hand side of the slide on the top, I also highlighted which elements of the Safety Center framework these topics are related to, or why they are significant, and how they are associated with these 6 elements. It was mainly about mental health and regarding leadership about mental health, and what are the strategies for different levels within each organization about well-being, culture, promoting well-being and promoting mental health and support people. And I think we can all agree on that whenever we're talking about process safety, whenever we are talking about advancing process safety, first and foremost, we're talking about supporting people, because people are working on site, and we need to support them in order for them to do their job on a daily basis in a high level, in a very skilled manner, and with motivation and a lot of care. I will emphasize care a lot more in this presentation. What are the aspects? Now, working from home. Welcome to my home. I think this is what we have been a little bit struggling in the beginning, that we let people in our home, and this is something that had never happened before. I'm pretty sure before we had meeting rooms, we had conferences, nice places, and we met at hotel lobbies and so on. But now everybody started working from home, and they actually had problems within these sites differentiate home from work, because what you do on a daily basis in a pre-pandemic situation, you wake up, do your stuff in the morning, and then you will leave to work, and then you come home from work, and then you put off your hat, that the work hat, and then you put on the home hat per se. And so that's why it was important in the beginning for everybody to set a start time and a finish time in the work, and that was something that needed some time to adapt to this new style of work, and try to focus and prioritize work, because when you are home, everything is at reach. Like, you can do your errands, you can go for shopping, do any household activities. So these can be distractions that I will highlight in the next couple of slides. And also, as we are having now, you have virtual meetings. Now, these virtual meetings in the beginning were a little bit awkward, and this is a specific mental activity to participate in such virtual meetings, and especially when you are required to put your camera on. And it's not always comfortable with people to put the web camera on during meetings and be there all the time. Certainly, the interaction is not as smooth and it's not flowing naturally, because you have to wait for the others to speak and then to respond. And especially for virtual Hazop activities, that we have received the feedback that it was quite a challenge to do these virtual meetings, because sometimes there was a technical issue, there was somebody was talking and the other interrupted by chance because they had a different speed, internet speed. So those sort of things that these companies actually told us very, very commonly. Distraction and stress. It is stressful to work from home and reorganize your mind and adapt to the new situation. And therefore, for example, a couple of companies applied the method when they organize additional training courses for their staff. For example, training courses on resilience or well-being, because they thought it's important that they help as much as possible for their workers to get used to this new situation, because nobody actually knew, and still we don't know how long it's going to take. Nowadays, we have hybrid meetings, hybrid conferences. We have still virtual meetings and conferences, and also we already have face-to-face meetings. Very rarely, but there are some. So you can see that this is, and also because balancing home and work, it's now under the radar. So it's really focusing how you work and how you handle stress. And one aspect that I want to highlight here is that people mistakenly believe that you are always available. Just because we live in a virtual life, basically, most of the time with this new style of working, they assume that they can reach out to you every time, all day long, even in weird time zones. I've experienced this, and I assure you that many other colleagues had to set boundaries, because they said, no, I'm not going to be available at 10 o'clock in the evening, because I wouldn't be if I were in the office, if I were in the site. So that's why this slide shows the importance of how you communicate for the management, and what is the communication style, whether the board understands the struggle, understands the challenges, and understand that if they want to have meetings, they need pre-planning, sending out suitable agendas. So to use the technology in its best possible way. Now, certainly during this long period, trainings never stopped. So all the sites, companies, industry partners who support operating sites had to continue on with training courses. The difference was that also at ICAME, we switched to a new way of delivering training courses, and that was the virtual training courses. And what does that mean? We developed certain training courses that were pre-recorded, so that delegates could work in their own times, in their own way and pace at home with the pre-recorded session. And then we had the live session where we discussed everything that actually was presented in the pre-recorded way. So that was something that also some of the companies applied. And also one aspect about the duration. Obviously, a virtual training course is much more demanding, and therefore they should be a little bit shorter, and there needs to be more breaks to release people from the screen. And that is really important. And believe me, when I delivered several training courses, it's really difficult to engage when people are not so feeling comfortable with having their cameras on. So how you convey the message and how you do the training course with speaking to your screen in itself, and you can't see the feedback. So this is another place where there was a massive challenge for companies. The iChemist Safety Center also promoted the member companies with publishing a virtual Hazop guidance document. And with the understanding that virtual Hazops may work for some and may not work for others. So, and we didn't want to advocate one over the other. So what that means that we shared the experience about virtual Hazops and what could be the advantages and the disadvantages, and everybody can decide whether they want to follow each or other. However, it's really important that risk assessments continuously and hazard identifications continuously needed to be done, as well as highlighted the management of change procedures, especially because this pandemic situation is a change. It is a massive and long period change, and therefore managing the changes are really, really crucial. Now, transportation was another aspect, obviously, how to get workforce in the workplace and how to make sure that they are not infected by this pandemic, and keeping social distancing where it is possible. Now, offshore obviously had a lot of challenges because they had to send and transport people, workforce to the platform via helicopter. So that would be something that is really, that if you want to share your experience with that, please feel free to share, because obviously I cannot manage everything to cover here today, but the publication is available on our website, so you can check. Managing teamwork, this is really important. Backup plans, adequate resources should be available. That is a key word here. Upskilling or switching between roles, very carefully. So when there is a reduced number of staff, then it is really important to recognize what are the impacts, what could be the impacts, and again, management of change assessment regarding to that, prioritizing whether there is a need to upskill and how to do the upskill if there is a need, whether it is possible, whether there are adequate number of people available. Shift management and handover is really related to that as well, because it needs to be planned carefully, and always make sure that there is a adequate backup, how to organize cabin arrangements, social distancing. Let's just think about control rooms. Control rooms are really small, obviously, and then you have to somehow get over the challenge of social distancing and wearing masks. Wearing masks is really heavy on people, and so this is also another challenging aspect. I don't want to go into the details about hand sanitizing, because we all have been through this, and it's been evolved in this almost 2 years now. So it started as some of those actually started as a flammable ones, and then also the problem with skin, whether your skin were sensitive to use those hand sanitizers or not. There was a bigger challenge that our companies shared with us about supply chains, and supply chains not only for operation, but also personal protective equipment, whether there was adequate sources available for emergency management or any other problems that could arise from that matter. And there was also another aspect about maintenance. Now, I believe that you have seen many recent incidents in different forums. I get a lot of information from LinkedIn that actually are reported as maybe not a direct maybe not directly, but indirectly are related to the fact that there was a lack of maintenance during these 2 years, because lack of people, lack of resources. And so these are the challenges that actually may be the cause, not maybe not the direct cause of these incidents, but contributed to the incident. So it is something that is also related to management of change and also related to risk assessment, hazard identifications, Hazops, and prioritizing and inspecting these companies, and also relating to audit activities in the facility. So emergency response, whether there is a suitable number of people available to tackle any emergency situation, whether you needed to switch and reorganize the shifts for emergency response. For example, I know that a couple of, not only from those companies, but other companies as well, but nuclear, for example, were affected really highly on this emergency response, but as well as other companies. And they had to adapt to this new situation where they had to recalculate how many people they have and whether there is a backup system. And it's really about management of change and backup system. I know I repeat myself, but this is really the essence of adapting to this new situation, which may not end very, very soon. Who knows? So then, of course, returning to work after a certain period of time, many people return to work, not on a daily basis, but on a new way of a couple of days in a week. And that also required very specific and precise planning and organization. And this is still an issue. This is still a challenge because we haven't returned fully to this. I don't know if it's going to be ever the way it used to be. Probably not, but we still have to have plans ahead, forward planning, organizing, and fully prioritizing the most important elements. And I gathered some conclusions here. Obviously, I can't cover everything in these bullet points, but really it's all about, again, all about people and how we care about people in these really difficult times. It is a challenge for everybody and we are in the same boat. And that's why it's really, really good that finally more and more industries working together, collaborating with each other and share experience with each other. And this is a slide where I wanted to show you our free guidance documents that you can download. And we are continuously working on further developing further materials. And I would like to thank you so much for your kind attention. I hope that you found this information useful. And as I mentioned earlier, you can find the paper uploaded to the website of the iChemist Safety Center.
Brilliant, thank you, Susanna. I think that just gave us an excellent summary of what we've all been experiencing over the past few years now with the pandemic, and really nicely brought it all together. I have lots of questions. I'm sure you guys do as well. So please put those in the Q&A and we can ask those to Susanna after we've had the next speaker. So thank you.
Thank you.
So next we're going to hear from Stuart King. And Stuart King's going to do his presentation, and then Stuart, myself and Susanna will join together and we'll have the Q&A session at the end. So put those questions in and we can cover them after Stuart. So without further ado, Stuart King. Stuart works for the Energy Institute. He's the Good Practice Manager for Human Performance and Power Systems. He coordinated the EI Hearts and Minds Safety Culture Toolkit. And he's the secretary of a number of committees. So the Human and Organisational Factors Committee, the Power Systems Committee, and Learning from Incidents. So Stuart has many strings to his bow, but today he's going to be sharing some information about Toolbox, which is Energy Institute's Learning from Incidents application. So over to you, Stuart.
Thanks, Kate. Let me just share my screen. Hopefully it will be in full screen. If you just let me know.
Perfection. Yep. Well, over to you.
Right, so thanks for the introduction, Kate. Yeah, so I'm here to talk about our the Energy Institute's Toolbox platform. So we're calling it a safety toolbox for better learning from incidents. Oh, why is it not moving forward? There we go. Right, so for those who joined the conference yesterday, you probably would have seen this slide a couple of times. So I won't dwell on it too much because I think the people who spoke yesterday did quite well at this. But the journey that we've sort of gone through with this Toolbox application really began about 10 years ago, where so Energy Institute funded a PhD that really looked at how organisations learn from incidents and perhaps where the gaps are. And they came up with this model of incident happens, it gets reported, it gets investigated, something happens to get the lessons learned communicated with individuals, and then hopefully, you know, some learning happens, some changes take place. But of course, hopefully isn't a strategy. Hope isn't a strategy. So what the PhD found, well, perhaps what we found, I should say, rather, because some of this is from the PhD, some of this has come afterwards. But generally, we found that there were a number of key areas where organisations really struggle when it comes to learning from incidents. So the first is at this latter stage of the model that we generally call reflecting, or even communicating as well to some extent. So even if organisations report all their incidents, you know, do very thorough investigations that, you know, really get to grips with the you know, the root causes, the human factors aspects, etc. There's often a challenge in then communicating the lessons learned from incidents with the people who need it. So, you know, whether that's the frontline operators, supervisors, or others in the organisation. So what the PhD found was that at that time, so this is probably about 7 or 8 years ago now, the typical way of communicating lessons learned with people was just to do blanket emails out to, you know, as many people as possible, saying, look, here's our incident alerts, you know, that might be a couple of pages long, read this. And then they'd sort of assume that people would read it and job done, we've learned. Of course, we found that that's not the case. People don't read everything they get given. They can't possibly do that, and of course reading isn't the same as learning. So so that was problem one. And problem two, which I thought was talked about very well yesterday, is around learning from outside of the organisation, particularly from other industries, but just from other organisations. So organisations don't share everything that they don't necessarily share all their learning, and even when they are sharing data with you know, through trade associations and other organisations, that doesn't tend to be the same as sharing learning. You know, they may be sharing what their, you know, such and such incident happened, but perhaps they're not sharing the lessons learned from that as well as they can be. So these are sort of two I guess key problems that feed into the Toolbox application. And then we can skip forward a few years into 2018. We had 7 Energy Institute member companies approached the EI, and they wanted to work with the EI to try and solve this problem. A number of the organisations had tried to solve this problem themselves by creating their own internal applications so that they could perhaps share lessons learned better with frontline staff, with their contractors. But those efforts have sort of come up short a little bit for various reasons, which we'll probably get into. But they also recognise that going alone isn't going to solve the problem of sharing lessons learned between themselves. So they really wanted to find a way to be able to effectively share lessons learned between themselves. So lessons being shared from one organisation to another, sharing lessons learned with their contractors, doing so in a way that met a few criteria, and that criteria is summarised in the vision. So the vision was, we want to prevent incidents by sharing learning with the energy industry. I can't see that because my name's in the way. Sorry, hold on. There's a little box in front of my thing. So preventing incidents by sharing lessons learned with the energy industry's frontline. And the criteria for that, they had a sort of a slogan, as it were. It's more than a slogan. It's a sort of guiding principles: just for me, just enough, and just in time. So just for me means that we need to share lessons learned in a way that is relevant to the user, to the team, or to the individual user. They need to be able to gain a personal connection with that content that they're being given. And of course, it also means that they need to be able to easily search for content that's relevant to them as well. Just enough is really about the right content and the right level of content as well. So when we looked at what the organisations were currently doing, one of the problems was that a lot of the content that they were sharing with the front line was quite long. It was at least several pages long, if not longer. Now, there were exceptions to this. There's some very good content that was being shared, but I think for each individual company, there was a small amount of content that was perhaps very good, really tailored, short, sharp, engaging. Of course, we needed to find a way to pull all that together so that we had much more significant amounts of that content. So right level of content, right length, breadth, etc. But also focusing on the right things. So if you're sharing lessons learned with the frontline, do they really need to know all of the details? Do they really need to know all of the lessons learned that were perhaps not intended for them, but intended for others, like management, the management system, etc. So it's really about giving the right level of right information so that frontline staff can actually do something about that. And we take that to be most of the information that can help them to reinforce the barriers and controls that they put in place, change the plan of work that day. Those kinds of things. And then the last is just in time, and this is really about trying to get the content to the frontline at the point where they need it the most. There's no point sending content out 6 months in advance to people, because by the time they get to doing that job, obviously they would have forgotten all of that information. So we really want to try and get the information to people. It could be that morning, during the Toolbox talk, which is sort of why we called that Toolbox, interesting enough. So could be during the Toolbox talk or the work planning meeting, could be done during the Hazop, or not the Hazop, sorry, the permit to work, or job hazard analysis. So we have these 3 criteria. I guess just in time is also about making sure that people come back as well. So it's not just you go to Toolbox once, but making sure we have content that's regularly updated. And ideally, we want to find a way to push content to individuals at the point when they need it, which is probably the hardest bit, and something we're still struggling with, but we do have some plans for that. So in terms of the intended use during this vision, we wanted to target the tool holders and supervisors, okay, primarily. Obviously, we want to share lessons learned from past incidents, and we thought that this is a tool that would be used obviously during safety meetings, Toolbox talks, but hopefully as well during risk assessments, hazard analysis, permit to work, etc. And of course, the outcome we want is safely executed work. I suppose one thing to mention as well is that we wanted to concentrate on high risk work. Okay, ultimately life-saving learning. In fact, that was one of the original ideas for the name of the app. So we're not necessarily trying to prevent all incidents. We're not trying to prevent bad backs and things like that, which are obviously issues in their own right, but we've chosen to focus on things that can cause fatalities. So what did we do? So we produced a web-based app. I mean, technically it's a progressive web app, which basically means it's a website, but it has app-like functionality. It's quite a new type of website that's been developed in the last few years. It's accessible on any sort of computer, on a phone, on a tablet. And if you are on a phone or a tablet, you can, it functions very much like an app. You can download it to your home screen. You can now do that actually on PC as well, on certain browsers, and save it as almost like an application on your on your start menu or desktop. It's completely free to use. Okay, so one of the barriers that we wanted to break down straight away was, with previous attempts at producing apps, people required logins. It was quite controlled as to who could get, who could log in and get access to the learning. We wanted to do away with that entirely. So it's completely free to use. The flip side of that is we don't completely know exactly who's using it. So we have some idea, but we don't require logins or anything like that. It contains at the moment about 450 incidents, or as a combination of videos and sort of text-based content. Everything is meant to be short and useful safety insights that can really help people on site. We tailor everything for the front line, and we sort of curate the content, so it's not just anything goes on there. We're quite strict about the in terms of quality control, in terms of determining what goes on there. We do a lot of work behind the scenes to edit content, to make sure it's short, sharp, engaging. And there's other features, like a website or an app. You can also like content, but there are other more app-like features. So you can save content for viewing offline, for example. So you don't necessarily have to. Of course, you need to have access to the internet when you're first, searching for content. But you can, a supervisor could go in there, choose a few bits of content that they'd like to share with the team, and then go out onto site, as long as they can obviously have an electronic device with them on site, and show that to the team, even if they're not connected to the internet at the time. So there are some sort of smart features like that. It's also available in 10 languages as well. So we've put a lot of effort in the last, we launched in September 2019, and that was in English. And we've put in a lot of effort in over the last 2 years to translate the content into as I say, 10 different languages. Just some facts and figures. So as I said, we've got about 450 pieces of content published at the moment. Since we went live, we've had about 72,000 users use Toolbox. It's about 5,000 people per month at the moment, and of course we want to grow that. As more people come to know about it. It's you can see the top 5 countries there. Well, in terms of internationally, it's used globally. As you can see from the map, there's probably not a country there that hasn't that isn't using Toolbox at some point. But the big, the main countries using it are UK, USA, Nigeria, Netherlands, France, and then in slightly smaller amounts in other parts of the world. At the moment, we have 10 funding partners who funded Toolbox over the last few years. So that's companies like Shell, BP, Total Energies, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Phillips 66. we've more recently the G+ has been involved and has been helping fund the project, and Repsol as well. So as well as that, the Lloyd's Register Foundation has been heavily involved in helping to fund the project as well. Just a few screenshots here. I could probably, well, as I'm sharing my screen, I could probably, I don't know if I've got time to sort of do a demonstration, but so I suggest that you go to the website, which is toolbox.energyints.org, and have a play around. Hopefully you'll find that it's very easy to navigate. Sort of my vision with the project was, I wanted someone to be able to come to the website within, a couple of minutes. They found, a minute or two, they found something that they could share with their team, that day, that morning, that week. So we categorize content in a few different ways. Work activities is probably the main way. So, you can search by things like, if you're working on maintenance or construction, marine and diving, wind. But you could also search by hazards as well. And those hazards are aligned to the IOGP life-saving rules. You could also search just using, keywords and things like that. So yeah, hopefully it should be quite easy for people to find content that they are, that they need. In terms of how Toolbox meant to be used, there's quite a good video actually, I think, on the Toolbox itself that demonstrates this. But the idea is that it can be used either by a team or by an individual. Assuming it's by a team, supervisor visits Toolbox on the Toolbox website on the PC or phone. Now, hopefully they can quickly find something that's relevant to the job that they're doing that day. Let's say it's a confined space entry type job, or a crew transfer vessel onto a offshore wind platform. And then the idea is that the content has been designed so that it can be easily delivered by the supervisor without having to sort of do too much to it. So they can deliver that as part of a Toolbox talk, safety meeting, whatever is appropriate for that organisation. And then the idea is that the learnings are used to obviously raise awareness, but ideally to put in place additional barriers, maybe even change the plan as well. So just a few key features that I think really add to the Toolbox and sort of how its usability. So as I say, free, easy to use. All the content is short, so we have about maximum of about 300 words if it's a text-based bit of content, and if it's a video, they're typically 2 to 3 minutes, although we are a little bit more flexible on that. So just enough content, just enough context. We don't want people saying, well, that can't happen here because we're in a different industry. We're in the wind industry, and that happened in the oil and gas industry. Okay, so to avoid that, we limit the amount of information that we include. We include enough context so that it's clear what task, what task someone was carrying out. But we don't, say which company it was. We don't, we don't give too much detail. We want people to be able to recognise themselves in the incidents that happen. So we also don't sort of say, was it a contractor, was it a staff member? No, that's not usually relevant in the incidents. Just enough learning. So clear and concise reasons why the incident happened, what the company did. It's not meant to be comprehensive. We're not trying to provide comprehensive guidance on whatever the topic is, whether that's ladder climbing or something else. We're trying to limit to what was relevant in this incident that we can learn from. Just for me, for the frontline, I think I've sort of talked about that quite a bit, and how people search for content. And importantly, every bit of content that we add onto Toolbox, we add a series of reflective learning questions to it. Most of the content we get doesn't have these. We add them ourselves, and they're 3 to 5 open questions that can help users or help a supervisor to engage their team in that content. How can something like this happen here? what barriers do we have to prevent this? How do we know those barriers will work? So it's really about trying to force people to think about the incident, what it means to their work. So we've completed a survey recently, and we're just trying to get some data really on how people are using Toolbox and what they think of it. We did do a survey when we first, before we launched the tool, a pilot, but obviously we have a lot more data now a few years on, or a lot more users, I should say, a few years on. So in terms of how often people visit Toolbox, okay, this isn't going to be a representative sample because it's obviously a sample of those who are using Toolbox and coming to that. But so it's obviously self-selecting as a survey. But of those who answered the survey, over half said that they were using it either weekly or monthly, or even daily. And a few of the people said it was their first visit, okay, fine, and others, a few times per year. And so clearly, there's people are coming to Toolbox and using it fairly regularly. In terms of how they're using Toolbox, I mean, perhaps no surprises here. During a safety meeting, during a Toolbox talk or job briefing, they seem to be the main ways that Toolbox is used. However, people are still using it as part of their risk assessments, and a much smaller number of people at the moment using it part of post-job review or part of permit to work activities. And interestingly, people are using it as much for, or even more, it seems, for individual learning as they are for team learning as well. In terms of how does Toolbox help the team, so we asked people, of those who have delivered a Toolbox talk, sort of pun intended, to their team using some of the content from Toolbox. We asked them, did they have to change the content in order to do that? Most people said no, they didn't. And where they said yes, they did, it was pretty much just putting it into a PowerPoint presentation or something like that. So the content seems to be usable as is, which I think is encouraging. And in terms of what the outcome was, well, over 80% of those people said that Toolbox raised awareness in the team. 65% said it helped them to identify hazards. Over 40% said that they actually put in place more risk controls and barriers as a result. And around 25% said that they actually changed the plan as a result of the Toolbox content. So that is quite, I think that's quite encouraging. And then lastly, I think this is the nearly the last slide. So how does Toolbox compare to other similar websites? So obviously, people are getting similar content from other sources, predominantly company intranets and databases, but also regulated websites like the HSC website, CSB website, and of course trade associations also have quite good databases, and much of the content, a lot of the content like IOGP and others have actually found its way onto the Toolbox platform as well. Well, compared to those, nearly about over 70% of people said that Toolbox is better than other websites or other sources for getting similar information or information from lessons learned from incidents. So that's, I think, is also very positive. So last slide really is well, what's the next steps for Toolbox? So next year we are really focusing on getting Toolbox self-sustaining. We want more companies involved in the project, more companies using it, obviously perhaps contributing funding towards it. We're looking to partner up with other trade bodies as well, in order to make sure that we've got content coming onto Toolbox regularly. We want to focus on operationalizing Toolbox. So how can we get it linked into electronic permit to work systems? How can we share best practices on its use? And as part of that, we're looking to obviously grow the user base. And next year, we're hoping to hold a seminar series where we'll probably have perhaps monthly webinars on various different topics around learning from incidents, not just Toolbox and using Toolbox, but other aspects of learning from incidents as well. So thank you, that's me.
Brilliant, thanks very much, Stuart. I feel like I really know Toolbox well now. I think you've certainly covered all the aspects of it, and people obviously can go on and have a look even while we're speaking now, just to really get a feel for it themselves. There's nothing quite like going on and looking at what incidents are in there. One thing I don't think you mentioned was about content. So I'm conscious we've got people on the call who unfortunately will have been through incidents themselves, their companies, I imagine. Can they submit that content to you? How would that work? How would they submit it?
Yeah, they can submit their content onto Toolbox. The easiest way is it depends which organisation they're from. If they're part of the G+, then they can do that probably via the G+, which is probably the easiest way. If they're other companies, the best way is to just get in touch with us. So there is actually a web address on Toolbox, which I believe there is a button there for if you want to submit content. You can get in touch with us via the Toolbox website itself.
Brilliant, great. Okay, so they can go on and do that. Excellent. I'd just like to bring Susanna back now as well. Thank you, Susanna. And just remembering back to your presentation, obviously on what's been learnt following the pandemic and what we can think about. Do you see a change as a result of the pandemic to safety culture? Do you think that safety culture has changed, or has that stayed the same from where we were at before COVID?
I certainly, thank you, Kate. I certainly think that there is a change, and especially because people realized a lot and learned a lot, hopefully, and they will be able to implement those learnings for the future, especially if you think about virtual risk assessment, audits, inspections. They learned a lot that there are no geographical boundaries anymore or barriers that keep them from interacting with experts on the other side of the world, so that they can easily reach out for people, experts that they may not be available in face-to-face. They may learn about how to better prepare for such specific situations, emergencies. Hopefully, I'm really optimistic, and especially because we have so many tools like what Stuart just presented, and we also at the IChemE Safety Center, we are trying to promote how to better convey the message, how to send out the learnings and in an interactive way so that people can easily adapt and adopt all the learnings. And look, if you just think about that, if this pandemic happened 10 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation with all those mobile phone applications available 10 years ago. The technology evolved a lot, innovation sped up like really fast. So there are good things about this situation as well. We shouldn't forget it's not just a curse or a bad thing. And I hope my message comes through, as I'm not happy about the pandemic. Obviously, it's very tragic, but there is an upside of that we were forced to innovate, find new ways of presenting ideas, advancing process safety. So I think, yeah, short, yes.
And you mentioned about the virtual risk assessments. Now, do you think that's something that works? Do you think people will continue to do virtual risk assessments, or as soon as we can all meet together, do you think we'll throw that out the window and go back to when you're doing it in person?
I think part of it will remain, and especially because of considering the costs, that you don't need to get experts fly over from other countries, or saving time, that whenever you want to organize a meeting, considering the different time zones, it's really, really flexible. So there are certain flexibility in it, but there are certain level of like obstacles that you can't have such an intense way of communicating ideas like in a face-to-face meeting. So that will be certainly a disadvantage if companies continue on the virtual one. However, everybody can figure out which part they want to keep and which parts they don't want to keep for the future.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that thinking about what the new normal would look like, I guess that sort of features in that overall, whether you think everyone will just go back to doing what they did before, or whether we'll adopt anything as part of COVID that we actually think actually that's worked well and we'll continue with that, sort of overpowering the temporary behaviour. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that.
Yes, that's also up to the organizations, up to people, whether they consider they want to move on, because I've heard a speech about this new normal and they call it radical. It's not new normal, so it's not going to be like in the old days. It can't be, obviously. There's been a lot changed recently. We have to somehow be more adaptable to the new challenges and the continuous changes. And the change is what is always what remains with us. And then we have to adopt that, and we have to up to speed for this new trend, let's say. So no, I don't think that that everybody will go back to the old versions, but some maybe.
And in Zsuzsanna's presentation, I was really pleased to see health featuring there and thinking about the health impact, not just because of COVID, but mental health. And Stuart, how in Toolbox do you capture health at all, or do you look at incidents that happen to people's health, or is that not in there at the moment?
Yeah, it's a good question actually. So at the moment, it's not really a focus. I mean, we've probably got content in there which is, for things like dust inhalation, and obviously that will have health impacts. But no, at the moment the focus is really on, as I say, things that I say safety, and particularly things that can potentially cause fatalities. And I appreciate that health issues could cause fatalities over a longer term. I think I forget what the term yesterday that someone called it. It was the long incident. It happens over a long period of time, and we don't currently focus on those on Toolbox, but never say never.
Yeah, I was thinking perhaps one for the future. If we're looking at developing Toolbox, it might be something to consider more. I mean, I guess there's probably implications of sharing and anonymity and things like that, but be interesting. And on that, you kind of very quickly in your last slide looked at the future of Toolbox, but in an ideal world, if we're 5 years on, so imagine it's 2026, what does Toolbox look like at that point in time?
That's a good question. Yeah. So in terms of the sort of more medium term, what I'd really like to see Toolbox is as the one-stop shop for for getting this type of information, for getting lessons learned from incidents. It's quite a disparate world in the moment. We've got content, we've got some very good content in places like IOGP, IADC, and various other sources. What I'm looking to do is to try to find a way to bring all that together into one place, so that because make it easier, I suppose, for the people who need to use it, don't have to go visiting different places, and also to make that sharing between different industries much more effective. Because there's no reason why one sector, why the wind sector, for example, can't learn from the oil and gas sector, and vice versa. So that's one ambition. And I suppose in terms of sort of how it's used and I guess funded, it's all about making it sustainable. We'd like to have hundreds of organisations using Toolbox, perhaps each contributing a very small amount to keep it going, and that could be in terms of the content that's coming in that they're providing, could be also funding to keep it going. but yeah, ultimately my vision is that if everyone's using it and chipping in a very small amount to keep it going, I think the value is much greater for the whole.
Brilliant, thanks, Ger. I'm sort of conscious of the time and wanting to allow people a little break before the next session. So we will try and draw to a close now, as much as I'd like to. I've got lots more questions that I've captured, so I'll have to do those offline with you. But I think my sort of take homes for me were from Susanna. Really, you've got such a bulk of information that you've discovered and compiled and put together there. And I think it's really pertinent for all of us to look at our company's plans. You know, we can't say that this sort of event is never going to happen again. I mean, not in this form, but there's bound to be something that's going to occur. And I think there's a moral duty on all of us really to look at the findings and to review our plans as a company and just check how it would work and kind of be better prepared than last time, and to take those learnings, I think, especially around mental health as well. So thank you for sharing those with us. And I think, Stuart, something that would be important for all of us in any aspect of anything, to be honest, is the phrase just for me, just enough, and just in time. I think we often do things and we don't think about why we're doing them. And I think if we use those 3 questions, it would really help us to all be a lot more targeted and focused on not just learning from incidents, but on any aspect, I think, and to really aim at the right people and the right information. So that phrase is definitely stuck in my mind. So brilliant. Well, thanks ever so much for listening, and thanks to our 2 speakers here. We will take a break now, but I believe we'll be back at 1:15. And so and you can use the session to talk to people in the directory, chat to people in the directory if that's what you'd like to do. But the next session starts at 1:15. So thank you very much.
Welcome back to all of you and to our next conversation. My name is Vibeke Talstad, and I am working in Equinor, heading up HSE in our Technology, Digital and Innovation unit. I'm a process engineer of background, and most of my professional career has been from project development within oil and gas, renewables, and environmental infrastructure projects. And we will now together with you discuss the topic climate change and society, approaches and responsibilities in shaping a sustainable future. And climate urgency, biodiversity loss and increased inequality are key global sustainability challenges that are high on the political agenda these days. And with COP26 freshly in mind, we see increasing expectations as well as also impatience from public investors and regulators to see an effect of our sustainability and climate efforts. This is an interactive session, so with me I have 3 participants to join me in this conversation. The first one I want to introduce is Eskil Lund Sørensen. He is the director of Ørsted responsible for HSEQ risks related to products and suppliers. He has a Master of Science in Environmental Engineering and has worked with HSEQ all of his career. He has worked internationally as in Greenland, US, and also South Korea. And he has a special interest in continuous improvements as well as team interactions and performance. Our second speaker joining us today is David Akers. He's an engineer and head of renewable policies in EDF. And he has during his career been working with policies and technologies for various energy sectors, including renewables, coal, gas, and nuclear. And David has a drive for delivering net zero by 2050, which really requires all sectors to contribute. And he believes that the energy sector has a unique role to play in decarbonizing the sector and as well as enabling other sectors to do the same. And our third participant is David Wright. He's Group Chief Engineer in National Grid and responsible for engineering excellence across National Grid Group with electricity, gas, hydrogen and carbon capture both in UK and US. And he's also an expert in resilience and climate adaptation. And he is also advising governments and key stakeholders with the transition to net zero. So warm welcome to all of you 3. And since this is an interactive session, I really want all of you to be engaged, write your questions in the Q&A at the bottom of your screen, and you can direct them the questions directly to each speaker, or you can do them generally, and we will kind of choose who respond to it. And you can also like them and upvote them, and then of course we will prioritize those. And in this panel, we will primarily discuss sustainability topics that are related to low carbon, net zero, biodiversity, human rights, and waste handling, among others. So if you already know you want to ask something about within these topics and renewable sector, you just feel free to post your question. And with that, I will kind of kick us off. And I will start with asking David V, since you have just recently been on COP. Are you optimistic? And what is the kind of key learning on the energy transition that you saw when you were there?
Well, Vivek, lovely to be with you and everybody else on this exciting panel today, an interesting panel. Yes, I've just spent quite a bit of time up in Glasgow, up at COP, and my sort of first thing I'd like to say is I think it was just a huge privilege to be able to be there and be involved for everyone who was there. You know, when you are sat in the room with people like the president of the Maldives talking about how if we don't sort this out, he's going to have to, you know, relocate the whole population off the islands. Together with people from developing countries, BRIC countries, and then, you know, Western governments and senior politicians. You put that diversity in a room together. It's just phenomenal to hear the different perspectives on the same issue from everyone. So a huge privilege. I think my sort of second sort of reflection from COP is, whilst we all focus a lot, and rightly so, on the sort of political outcome of the COP Climate Summit, where a lot of progress has been made, I think what really matters is the actual individual national commitments. And going into COP, I think the realists amongst us probably all realise that countries like China are never going to turn up at an international conference like that and start to make large individual additional declarations. So I think we've got to think about it from a realistic perspective. But to answer your question, I am really actually optimistic, having been at COP, because every single conversation I was involved in was about how do you go quicker, how do you go faster. There was none of those dissenting voices about is this happening or is this not happening. And I truly believe that whilst the politicians are coming at it from their perspective, industry, commerce, businesses the world over have now got this, and it's the new competitive paradigm. Actually, I think for businesses across the world, and when you've got that many strategists, engineers, people focusing on the one issue, I think what we're going to see is greater and greater pace come as the whole worldwide engineering base moves on this particular issue. So I came away enlightened and really encouraged actually about the future.
Good. David or Eskil, did you when you follow COP from the outside, do you have some kind of reflections as well you want to share?
I thought one of the interesting lines that I think it was the Green Alliance took, which was that if your question was COP26 a success or failure, you're asking the wrong question. It's part of an ongoing process. I think this is what David was sort of highlighting. It's another stepping stone. In its own terms, I think it was a success because there are a number of new features. The commitment on phasing out coal, despite being watered down, that's never featured before, and that's just, I think, a really key reflection of how far things have moved. Obviously, many, like Greta Thunberg would say, things aren't moving fast enough. But 5 years ago, that commitment on coal would not have been possible. So things are changing, and I think overall, I think this has set us up for the next COP27, and David highlighted. The key step now is those national declarations and national commitments.
Thank you very much. I would like to continue to let you, David, say a little bit about what key sustainability challenges do you see with the renewable businesses and stakeholders from your perspective?
Yeah, I think the challenges for renewable businesses are similar to the challenges to all businesses for the sustainability challenge. But there's two interesting themes sort of emerging that they're quite long-standing, but we're getting good progress on them now. The first one's extending initiatives beyond the environment and climate topics that are often the starting point for organisations as they tackle sustainability. And this conference has sort of highlighted a lot of these wider dimensions. And it's those social and economic dimensions, health, for example, as well, require different data, different tools and techniques. But also it opens up new themes for organisations to engage on, like sustainable living and sustainable working, which are moving well beyond the sort of original or of an environmental focus. And we're seeing more and more breadth in the issues that are being taken forward under the sustainability umbrella. The other interesting development is the recognition that your organisation is just one of many more many complex networks, and there are many of them. And as a result, there's a need to widen the scope of assessment and actions in response. And we see this with obviously the different scopes for emissions reporting, for example, is one very immediate example that's now quite well developed. But there are many other dimensions and aspects, and it means extending scope to supply chains and through to customers as well as the workforce. And that's more complicated than just dealing with your own organization. That's a bigger challenge. The interesting thing is we're now seeing more and more opportunities to go further with that, recognizing that ultimately we need to become part of a more circular economy. So in terms of the specifics for the renewables, I think the great opportunity for renewables, which one of my key themes is, it's low carbon electricity is an enabler for many other sectors. So there's that sort of positive message from renewables, but equally the renewables organizations, companies need to remember that they themselves need to tackle their own challenges in their own operations in the same way as any other organization.
Thank you very much. And I think what you kind of alluded to here is that the sustainability are broadening out. We need to kind of gain knowledge in more areas, both within the external suppliers, within reporting regimes. So I want to kind of elaborate a bit further on that. Eskil, how do you work with the transferring skills and knowledge of your current workforce in this kind of increased sustainability expectation world?
Thank you. I think that is an extremely important thing that we take a look at that. If we just look at the forecast for how many people we expect to work in the renewable sector in 2030, that's actually going to triple. So it is significant. So right now we are around 11, maybe 12 million people working in the renewables, and around 2030 we will be 30 million people. So it's extremely important to be able to do this. If we look at training as the base level, we have a lot of good international organizations that are that have been working on this, also from the oil and gas sector. I think it's important that we look at what the similarities are and what the gaps are, because if we have to have 3 or 4 different kinds of certificate where the training is similar to cover the same risk, then we will be spending a lot of time and a lot of money on something that is not bringing value. So I think that is one of the things that we need to focus us on, and from an Ørsted perspective, also that this is not just a QHSE task. You can say it's we all need to be part of this and have a basic understanding of the risk that we are covering and how we can work with that. And the third part of this is then the culture, because we can't do it in the same way. If we look at how we work in the UK, for instance, there's a lot of regimes around what kind of expectations we have to skills and competencies, and they are not the same in other parts of the world. So as we are globally expanding, we also need to be better at efficiently bringing up competencies in other areas than where we're used to working, and also where the hierarchy is completely different. So we're looking very much into effective training with this. Currently, we're calling it a dialect, right? That we need to find a way to get the same performance level without necessarily applying a standard training. And I think that's one of the things that we will be challenged by, again, with this very, very fast upskilling challenge that we have ahead of us.
Thank you very much, Eskil, and I will pass also the word to David V to comment on upskilling and competence, and as well take a question from the audience that goes about comparing how successful COP26 was compared to COP21. I think you need to unmute, David.
My apologies, everybody. I was just saying I completely agree with Eskil's comments. When I certainly think about the skills and competencies challenge, there's sort of 2 levels to think about. How do we bring all of these great skills that we're going to need in the volumes we're going to need them into our industry? And I think we've got a huge opportunity, actually, because millennials today really want to do a job of purpose. They want to be doing something whilst at work which is really going to make a difference to the world. And I think there's no other sector actually that sort of has that. And I don't think the energy sector has had that in the past, but we have absolutely got that, and we're absolutely central, I think, to societal requirements, if you will, moving forward, both from the pace we can decarbonize at, but also greening the planet. So I think there's a big opportunity for us to grab the opportunity, or there's a need for us to grab that opportunity. But I also think, when I've been thinking about this, we can't take for granted inside our organizations and our companies that people are carbon literate, and they understand what sustainability really means. And so we're running an e-learning program within the organization, because increasingly, you know, whether you're a decision maker, whether you're an engineer, whether you're in supply chain or procurement or logistics or whatever, increasingly, you know, being able to understand carbon and the impact on how you do your job is important to a whole plethora of different jobs in our businesses moving forward. So it needs to be addressed on two levels. I think you also asked, or the question had come in about the success of Paris versus Glasgow. Great question. I think, you know, on the one hand, what Paris really did is it fired the starting gun for me. It fired the starting gun on what needed to be done. But what it did is it really set an ambition. It set an ambition that, you know, the impacts on all of our lives across the world are going to be significantly more at 2 degrees than it is, say, at 1.5. But there wasn't the commitments, there wasn't the drive to get there. Probably, you know, if you added up all the commitments back in 2015, it would have been over 3 degrees. And what we see coming out of Glasgow, and there's a lot more maths to be done on this, but from the early numbers I've seen, is all the national commitments probably get you much closer to 2 degrees now, with now an annual process rather than a 5-yearly process for additional national commitments, which I think will continue to drive that number down. So you can look at it on that level, but as I said earlier, I think you can also look at it on the level of industry and business have now got this as a material issue across the world. But also, I think what I saw in Glasgow was for, you know, I think the public and the public opinion has significantly shifted. It's shifted over the course of the last 2 years. And, you know, the amount of media attention that was given to Glasgow in 2021 compared with Paris in 2015, I think is significantly increased. And, you know, we need that public opinion actually to keep us all honest and to drive the impetus for change moving forward. So I think you can look at it on a couple of different levels. I completely agree with David's point. This is part of a journey. But one thing I would also add, probably just about COP, probably when I think about it, probably the most significant agreement out of all of it was what Senator Kerry managed to negotiate with the Chinese in getting that joint agreement for both those two nations, the largest two emitters, but also the two countries with the largest amount of resources to throw at this problem, you know, and engineering and technology development and everything else, agreeing to work together to drive towards 1.5 degrees. And I think that, you know, hopefully is probably the most important part that came out of Glasgow, I think, probably.
Thank you, David. Great answer. And I will also take another question from the audience before we move on. That's also coming from Tove Lunde, that asks, health and safety comes very natural for us, but the sustainability challenges are more premature. From your point of view, how could we gain momentum within sustainability, and what are the key areas we could lift together as a renewable community? And I will start to give that to Eskil, and then I hope that David also want to comment on it afterwards.
Thanks very much, Vibeke. Thank you, Tove, for a great question. I think what we see here is that we've had a long tradition on collaborating and being very transparent about the safety, and that we collaborate. And we have a lot of trade organizations that are working on that specifically. So one thing there would definitely be to go the same way, right? We have trade organizations that can work on this across renewable already, but it is slightly less mature. I think the first part we would want to do is adapt a common way of looking at the impacts, and the life cycle assessment is still the tool that would give the impact indicators. But beneath that, then we would need to make sure that we have defined the scope of when we do this in the right way. So we basically take the science-based target approach on this, right, and include all the relevant things. So I would say if we can get the Science-Based Target Initiative or a similar global organization to look at a global way of doing it. We've seen the Netherlands do a lot on their own turf. but having a regional or global approach to this, where we define how we measure the impacts, that would also make it much easier to collaborate, and it needs to be a concerted effort. We talked about skills, and that covers all the different disciplines. It's the same here, right? We need to bring the wider scope in to create something where we have transparency and where we have solid trust in that what we are disclosing is also something that is the same. So we compare apples to apples.
Good. David, do you want to comment as well?
Yes, I think that's a really good point about using trade associations and existing forums to share and collaborate. Given that we're all competitors, and some of these aspects are, drift into areas where it is companies are in direct competition. Nonetheless, there's a lot that can be done, particularly as Eskil highlights, in the way of common frameworks and an agreement on what the best indicators are. And the sort of social and economic areas are more challenging than perhaps the sort of classic science, hard numbers based topics of environment, climate. I think things like supply chain offer some good examples of the question of sort of how can we get momentum, how can we move forward. The offshore wind sector deal that the offshore industry, UK offshore industry and UK government sort of jointly agreed a couple of years ago, I thought was a really good example of that, where there were some commitments in there about building local supply chains, but more than that, skills as well. And I think that was using sort of an agreed approach to some very headline metrics, but it's an example of this kind of process that you can do collectively as a sector. And the great thing is that by doing it that way, you can bring in the other stakeholders. So in sort of agreeing what you want to do, there's a way of engaging with wider stakeholders for their opinions, because I think a key feature of this sustainability process is that stakeholder engagement, and it's actually going out and finding out what does the rest of society think, as well as what we think. So some good opportunities there. Thanks.
Good, thank you, and thank you for writing excellent questions in the Q&A. Continue with that, as we want to have more of them. Then we will slightly move to another screen to another topic. We would like to look into emission reductions, and I will dedicate a question to David V about how can we reduce emissions, both scope 1 and 2, across energy generation and also network businesses. And you need to unmute again.
Once is bad enough, but 2 is just embarrassing, isn't it?
3rd isn't acceptable.
So let me start by just making sure we level set with everyone. So we all talk about these scope emissions, but I think sometimes it's always good just to make sure we all understand what we're talking about. So Scope 1 emissions are really the emissions that we give off from our individual businesses, the carbon from our direct operations. Scope 2 emissions then are indirect emissions, but they're emissions directly relating to the energy that we use in our businesses, the electricity, the steam, the heat, and the emissions associated with the generation of those Scope 2 emissions. And then Scope 3 is everything else associated with our complete value chain, going through all of our organisations, from the core materials, the consumables that we use in developing our products, the logistics, the travel. So Scope 3 is everything else really when we're thinking about it. So specifically focusing in on those Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, I think we've got a huge part to play in this sector. The first sort of key point I'd make is that everything we are doing to decarbonize energy is directly going to reducing those Scope 2 emissions for all of the consumers, all of the businesses that we serve. So as well as reducing our own Scope 1 emissions as an industry by not creating energy, if you will, from fossil fuels and turning those over to renewable or low carbon sources. So the other advantage, which I, as a networks business, really focus in on, is as you decarbonize, particularly electricity grids, it sort of also has a secondary kicker benefit in that the electrical losses in moving energy through our networks also get decarbonized. So whilst the losses will still occur, albeit to a smaller degree with the improvements in technology that we're making across the industry, you've decarbonized that whole pool as well. So going faster and harder at how we decarbonize this industry is not only helping us on our emissions reduction, but other companies and businesses in the territories we serve. But then going back to sort of thinking about our own emissions in a little bit more detail, once we've decarbonised our sector, the key challenges then come back to, I think, particularly in methane, 28 times worse than carbon dioxide. And how do we redesign how we do our operations and repair and stop those leaks through the methane networks and the gas networks to reduce those losses? And we at National Grid have got a massive, leak-prone pipe replacement program, mains replacement pipe program, which has been going on for many years. But there's a lot of also gas venting and other things that happens as a normal course of business that the whole sector needs to focus in and find new different solutions to. Probably the one area which will have the longest longevity and an area I focus quite a bit on is actually the sulfur hexafluoride insulating gas in a lot of electrical equipment. That's 24,000 times worse than CO2. It's used in electrical equipment across the world, and whilst leak rates from that are very low, when you're building assets with 40, 60 years life, it becomes a real issue. So we've been doing a lot of work working with others to identify different insulating gases that can be used in assets and infrastructure, not only for the new assets, but also thinking about how might you actually better asset manage your existing population that's been installed over many years and many decades, on our network and across the world. So, and then the final area is the fleet logistics and all the cars, vans, lorries, and plant that we have in the energy industry, and how quickly we can move those over to low carbon alternatives, either electric or hydrogen, probably. So a lot to do, but it starts with us decarbonising our own sector.
Thank you, David. That was really a great overview on all the scope types. And I will also kind of ask Eskil or David, or if one of you also want to comment on this. Yeah, Eskil, thanks.
I think there's some very very valid and good points. SF6 gases, as it is right now, is a technical challenge to change that out on the bigger systems, but we are thankfully also looking into that, and I think that is also something that we see a lot of work ongoing in the supply chain. However, here just a little interesting ordeal we have been facing in Germany recently is actually that we have a supplier that can deliver SF6-free GIS systems, but the German authorities think that it is not at the risk level where they want it to be. So that you could say is a challenge for this transition that it seems like a lot of us want to do, because of course if we do have a loss of these gases, two things will happen. First of all, we will let something out that is a very, very powerful climate gas. However, if it leaks out, we will also lose the electric insulation, and if the whole setup burns down, and we will then have a loss of production for quite some time, that will also give significant issues. So it's just everything that we do is very, very complex, and we need to consider that in this as well. And to the other point on the methane part of it, if we do carbon capture to produce a gas which is similar to methane that then leaks out, then I'm not sure whether we would actually give or gain a carbon or climate positive effect out of that, right? So it is something that we need to be considerate of. There's of course, it's always pros and cons. But if you look at some of the major shipping companies right now, one is Maersk. They don't look at the LNG as a stepping stone for their fuel transition because of the same issue. Because we can see from a climate perspective, then we actually don't gain anything. The slippages that we can't get out of in the engines, that will take the climate situation to around a zero or maybe even a negative impact. On the other hand, we will make a cleaner world, and then has a positive impact on the health situation, right? So it's complex. We have 17 sustainable development goals for the same reason, right? We need to take them all into account when we do our decisions.
Very good. Thank you very much, Eskil. And we will move a bit further to talk about electricity as part of the global energy demand that will increase significantly. And I want to ask you, David, when will electricity be decarbonized, and what's the role of low carbon electricity in a net zero world?
Thanks. Yes, this is building on some of the themes David's highlighted. I think in the UK we're if you like, a bit of an exemplar globally, because we want to be one of the, or we certainly hope, be one of the first countries to get to pretty much effectively decarbonised electricity, and the aim is 2035. The Committee on Climate Change has done a lot of work on various pathways for this, and their sort of balanced pathway is a sort of central view of what's feasible and what's affordable, and in that, carbon intensity of generation, this is sort of essentially the scope 1 emissions David's talking about, falls from 220 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour in 2019 down to a figure of 50 in 2030 and 10 in 2035. And there's still a very small residual level of emissions, but by that stage, if you're swapping fossil fuel-based heating and fossil fuel-based transport with a 10-gram carbon intensity in 2035, you're effectively decarbonising these other sectors. The figure goes down to 2 grams by 2050, and by that stage we have managed to completely phase out gas, I think, in generation, whether it be displacement or carbon capture. So that's the challenge. Now, how does this done? One major component of it is increasing the amount of renewables to 70% of total generation by 2035 and up to 80% or beyond by 2050. But essentially what we're seeing is net zero is front loaded in the electricity sector, which is, I think, is the point David was making very well, which is that helps others then tackle their scope 2 emissions. So what are the opportunities there? Well, the Committee on Climate Change Balanced Pathway has quite a few key roles for electrification with a zero carbon supply. So transport, we've obviously got already a high rollout of electric vehicles, but essentially they're seeing the end of sales of new conventional cars by 2032, and that there's an ability then to move, certainly in the domestic market, to electric vehicles. Hydrogen is probably more of an option for the heavy duty vehicles, but again, innovation continues apace. Who knows, it may be that actually that the heavier vehicles can also be the effective ways of electrifying them by the time we get to the 2030s. In terms of heating, the Committee on Climate Change does see a role for mass deployment of heat pumps, but that's also alongside district heating, energy efficiency, and also potentially a role for hydrogen. So in heating, there's going to be a range of options, but electrification with heat pumps is going to be a big part of that. And in manufacturing and construction decarbonisation, there's a wide range of challenges there, but there are big contributions from both electrification and hydrogen by the time we get to 2035 and beyond. And I've already mentioned hydrogen several times. I think hydrogen from electrolysis powered by low carbon electricity is going to play a key role in a number of these other sectors. So there's quite, as you can see, quite a wide range, and this is where the electricity industry is getting involved in sectors it's not normally had much of a dialogue with, which is back to this sustainability point of finding yourselves in wider networks and new kinds of networks. Now you're in the transport network, which is a completely new role by and large, Obviously, rail transport traditionally electrical, but road hasn't been. So exciting times and some big challenges to step up to for the sector, I think. And so renewables sector needs to do its thing by generating the electricity, but it also needs to think more widely about, okay, what role have we got? And this is where grid and transmission have got really key roles to play as well, along with more active consumers on the demand side as well.
A very valid points, David. I don't know if David V or Eskil want to comment or give some input to your thoughts.
So I think David gave a really good thorough summary of what needs to happen. To add or build in on a couple of points, I think that the hardest dimension of all to decarbonize is going to be the heating sector. And I think one of the things I've increasingly focused in on is stable electricity grids will need likely inertia feeding into them, and so having some power generators potentially fed from hydrogen is a key part of going where Eskil was going before about the importance of doing this in a responsible way and making sure we've got reliable grids. As well. But what net zero really brings about for me is that there is no scenario where we'll have an energy economy in the UK with no hydrogen. And hydrogen will actually, a huge consumer of energy is the industrial sector and the key industrial clusters. Making steel from green sources and glass and some of the other, raw commodities that underpin, modern day life in developed nations is absolutely key here. So hydrogen will absolutely play a large part in the solution. To the extent that hydrogen's used for domestic heating is still up for understanding the cost direction and the trajectory and the development of other heating solutions. Heat pumps are a terrific. I've recently installed one in my home, and they're a terrific technology. The concept of taking the heat out of the ambient air and running a reverse fridge and then pumping it into your house. So you're not actually buying the heat, if you will. You're buying an electrical pump that's moving it from outside your home into your home. Is a fantastic concept. I think as an engineer, I love solutions like that. But we all know from smart meter installations and other things, getting things done in people's homes is incredibly difficult to do at scale. And that's why I think for heating in particular, it needs this balanced view of all the technologies. And I think all of us in the industry are probably, and I would put my own hand up to this, we talk about it's either this solution or that solution, and have people within the industry competing for their sector or their part of the equation. And I think increasingly as a sector, we've got to embrace all those different technology solutions, not see them as competitors, but see them all as part of the answer.
Good, thank you. And then Eskil has a hand. I want to comment as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking the hand thing is could be useful at least. Yeah, I think both David and David are making all the right points. I would then add to that story. I think exactly that we're looking at not only transmitting everything from big power plants that are located far away from people. In the beginning, we touched a little bit upon circular economy, which is definitely also something that Asta is looking into. And if we look at it from a little bit wider perspective, then we can say if we have the economic growth, or if we will have economic growth at the speed that we have right now and the population growth, then circular economy is probably not enough to cover what we do, unless we come up with other ways also to detach some of the material. We talked about detaching the economy from the climate impact, but we also need to find out how to detach the material use from that, right? If we have to draw copper, already in Denmark, right, for several years, our trains that run on electric power, they had the power line stolen because the copper is needed somewhere else. So if we have to draw copper all the way over the world to make sure that we can bring energy to the people that need it, then that will be a huge challenge in itself. So deploying something which is local or even at a private point of view to use solar PVs, heat from solar, not necessarily electricity, things like that. We need to deploy that as well on top of the other solutions.
I will kind of follow up with the other question to you, Eskil, that it's about how we manage human rights, especially in supply chains, because that's a prerequisite for our license to operate. And now we need really as a renewable industry to integrate the human rights into governance and managing it properly. So how do you do that in Ørsted?
Yeah, thanks, Vibeke, for another good question. When we look at human rights as it is right now, I think the green energy as such has been a little bit under the radar because we've done something which is maybe less, has been seen as less impacting than, for instance, the oil and gas business. However, again, some of these materials that we're using, the magnets of the wind turbines and especially the solar panels, they are produced in areas where this could be a serious issue. So we have a dedicated team that looks into the responsible business part of what we do. We do an overall risk mapping, and then we follow basically all our risk suppliers and support them on the journey to disclose how they work, also so that we can sit with confidence and know that we don't work in unethical ways. It's a huge task, but part of what we can do through the transition is also that we can reduce some of the need for mining. So if we look at solar PV as an example, some of the energy that is used there is still based on coal. So coal mining in itself is risky and it's unhealthy, and it has a huge environmental impact, digging holes in the ground, going back to the circular economy part of that as well. If we shift the production from solar PVs to something which is a renewable resource, then we could stop both the mining and the companies that are leading these challenging situations. We can move that to a place where we would have a much better grasp of what's going on, and we are looking into how we can support that. Of course, we're not trying to take anybody out of their business, but we really want them to make business in a responsible way.
Thank you, and I think that is a topic that we will need to deep dive more in going forward as a renewable industry. And I would like to take us a little bit to another sustainability topic that also is interesting to look into as with regards of circular economy and all we have talked about, and that is how we can kind of look into strategies for waste handling, including reuse and recovery also from the renewable industry. And I want to dedicate that to David A.
Thanks. Yeah, it's building on Eskil's points. I think what we have is a very well-established waste hierarchy, which has been a really good starting point for individual organisations over the last 20 plus years, and it's been one of the key parts of when people install an environmental management system, for example. Waste is generally one of the first things that they target. But zero waste in any sector means a step up. You know, essentially what it means is we're going to need to close the materials loop across all the activities in the economy. And Eskil's point as well is not only that, find ways of avoiding it in the first place by minimizing materials use. Now, there's the circular economy. It's an easy phrase to say. It's very hard to get to. We've got a lot of good examples on the industrial side, where you've got industrial clusters and the concept of industrial ecosystems, where you're matching inputs and outputs around. I mean, to an extent, there are entire conferences on this topic in themselves. You know, you've got 2 days worth of material if you could get on that. But I think it's back to this theme I came at the beginning with, which is waste is a really good example of where the individual organization actually has to sort of realize it can't sort of draw lines around itself and operate as an isolated entity, with inputs and outputs that end at its boundary. It has to sort of look more wider. What's the network that it's operating in, and how can it work with that network so that overall we close the loop, or the materials loop, and get to a net zero waste. And I think in the renewables sector, actually, as I think we've all highlighted, you know, that there's been a point where we're the good guys in the sense we're delivering low carbon electricity, so that's great. But that does still mean we need to have a close look at our own activities. And I think that there's certainly work in progress on things like turbine blade manufacturers and actually construction techniques to start look a lot more closely now on reuse, recycling, and you know, closing the loop a bit, just like any other industrial activity. So there's work in progress there. But if you certainly on the construction side, the construction industry generally has got a lot better in the last 10, 20 years. So things like the kind of earth moving, those kind of construction activities on site, construction waste has, for example, greatly reduced. You'd be aiming now on a best practice construction site. You wouldn't actually be exporting any material off that site. You would be looking to try and reuse it as far as you possibly can within the site. In terms of the actual kit, though, along with many other engineering areas, it's very much a work in progress.
Thank you, and I will pass it over to Eskil for a comment to you, David.
Yeah, thanks, David, for this explanation. I think that's absolutely spot on. And I just wanted to use the opportunity also to tie it back to the question that we got earlier in the Q&A. How can we work together, right? And that's exactly what David is describing here, that we come together and ensure that we work as a community around this, making sure that we understand the waste flows in maybe even in the same way as we have scope 1, 2, and 3 on emissions on the climate side. Then this is a different type of emission, right? So how do we ensure that we do this together so that we understand the impacts that we have, and that we work together across to do something about it? I think that at least for me, that resonates very well with that question from Tove Lunde on how we can take this further.
Good. I think we will look a bit into the future, and I would like to ask David V about what do you foresee we need to do within research, new technologies, and business models in order to accelerate the sustainable future for the renewable industry?
Yeah, great question. So I think if you look at the International Energy Agency's recent report, one of the key things I took out of that is, you know, we've made huge transformations over the course of the last few years in our individual sector, and we've now got the technologies at economical price points to really be deployed and at scale. You know, we've seen the price of offshore wind plummet from 130 pounds a megawatt hour down to 30, 40. 40 was the latest price I saw. We've seen battery prices, come down hugely, solar as well. So the technological solutions are now there in our industry, and I think what we really need to do is focus on how we deploy them at scale. How do we move as an industry? And it hasn't felt like jogging over the course of the last few years. You know, here in the UK, 55% of our electricity generation last year came from non-fossil fuel, from zero carbon, which is huge when you think in 2012, 40% of UK electricity was produced from coal, down to 1.6% now. So it hasn't felt like jogging, but we need to go from jogging to sprinting. and that's the size of the challenge I think that we need to go at moving forward, to really lead and show what can be done in this sector, and I think the opportunity is for us to do that. And I think that means we need to think about things in a couple of different ways. You know, one of the things we're doing in Grid is we've got an investment arm which has invested $350 million into startup companies, and we only invest in startup companies who are likely to have a technology solution that could make a material impact, if you will, to our core business. I think that's one of the kind of things where National Grid is a large organisation. There's a lot of larger organisations on the panel, and no doubt represented in the audience as well. Can really encourage those startups, those technologies of tomorrow, which can further drive down cost and increase the pace. And it's one kind of really good example. So there's lots we can do. But I think the most important thing that we need to do now is, how do we increase the pace? How do we go from jogging to sprinting with the technologies that have already been developed? But then how do we collectively embrace those newer, faster, quicker ways coming out of startup companies, and use those and support those and grow those in our industry?
Thank you, David. Great thoughts on that topic. And I will also kind of challenge David or Eskil, if you want to comment on what David said. How do you see, what do we need to do with technology innovation to kind of go from jogging to sprinting?
Well, the sprint's a really good point, because the electrification that we've been talking about requires quadrupling of the low carbon generation from where we are now through to 2050. But a lot of that happens in the next decade or so. So I completely support that point. It's challenging, but it is affordable, as David's highlighted, because the costs are now down to a level well below the equivalent fossil fuel off-the-shelf gas generation, for example. But the side that we've already highlighted several times is this the combination of demand side working with the generation side, and having a more smart grid is a phrase that is used regularly. But that's a combination of storage combined with demand side response, and also this role of hydrogen that can operate as a sort of balancing, as well as potentially a prime mover as an energy vector. All of which takes time. I think one of the key things is just that put ourselves in the mindset of net zero is a game changer. It's a game changer for all sectors, but it's a particularly game sector for the energy sector. And as a result, it both innovation but also delivery of what we already need to do. It's that kind of approach of we can't wait, we need to move on, and we need to up our game. That also includes policy and regulation, which is sort of the area I look at, where we need a bit more of a step change of things, the way we approach things like planning, and the way we approach strategic planning for grid, which they'll be very familiar with, need to reflect the fact that we've got a much more of a challenge that we have in the past. So business as usual isn't really going to deliver net zero anymore. So that's my challenging theme.
Yeah, but I can only support what David is saying. I think as we started off with, the cost now is for renewable electricity or energy is so low that it makes no sense for the governments to keep on subsidizing fossil fuels. So all of that money, shift that into promoting and co-developing some big projects that can change this, remove the barriers, ensure that we have find that balance, because we can always say it's a chicken and an egg. If we produce all the fuels and nobody will use it, then it's not going to work. On the other hand, if we have suppliers that are, or transport organizations that are starting to develop a whole fleet that can run on fuels, but there is no fuel, then that makes no sense either, right? So we need to make sure that demand is created. so that the producers of the fuels have somewhere to put it. And we can do that, and it goes back to the same thing that we have said all along, right? We need to bring in everybody to do this, because if we just sit in one end and try to do it, then it's going to be work as imagined. It's not going to be how we actually work. So that needs to be there, right? And then maybe we can do something on the legislative side and make it easier to try out some of these things, and then from there build up the best solutions.
Good. Then I think we are going to go to a summary, and I will kind of ask each of you to take one key takeaway, how we can accelerate the sustainability agenda going forward for the renewable industry. So I will start with you, David V.
So if I was going to summarize up the last hour, probably, what I would say is the world has changed. Societal opinion has changed, and I think businesses around the world have got that. Going back to my starting point. But when you think about this from a bigger picture perspective, we need to significantly now accelerate what we're doing to deploy it to meet that societal challenge, that gauntlet that's been thrown down to us. And, we are not going to succeed unless we start to think in a very different way. Because it's not just the UK is trying to decarbonize, it's all of the other countries around Europe, it's America, it's China, it's the whole world. And that therefore means different solutions. As David says, we're not going to deliver the acceleration that we're going to need if we carry on working in the way we have always worked. So I'd encourage everybody to really think big, think bold, and think about what we can do together.
Thank you very much. Then we will go to you, Eskil, and have your sum up.
That's a difficult one to follow, David. That was very strong. I think I would take this on to say that what we see now from the IPCC is that it is now a fact that it's human activities that are creating this challenge that we are in with the climate change. And as I have said for a long time to a lot of people that have maybe not been so sure that it is human activity, is that the benefit of that is that we then are also part of stopping it, right? So if it was something else, if it was solar activity or something like that, it would just do something bad to where we live. But we actually have the opportunity. So again, let's come together and save the humans, because we are the ones that are challenged here, right? The globe or the planet will survive us. We've seen that with other species, but we need as humans to use all the capacity that we have to ensure that we are also here in the future, because that is what we really want.
Thank you. Another very strong statement. And then David, you are going to get the last one.
Yeah, I just from with my engineering hat on, sort of the pragmatic point is, the great thing for the renewables industry is we are part of that solution. So we need to get out there and continue to deliver in the ways that we've been describing. And it's just this theme that's come throughout, which is the greater interconnectedness. And from a sustainability point of view, the fact of it's going to be about working much more with the networks that we're in. We've already, we highlighted waste, we highlighted innovation, we highlighted the fact that in providing solutions to other sectors, actually the energy sector needs to work with those sectors to make sure that we're matching what they need, we understand what they need. So that would be my other theme, is this greater interconnectedness, which is actually quite new. We've talked about it for a long time, but you never actually had to. You just looked at your market and sold your product. So that's all you had to do, and you could make a lot of money. Now it's like it's more complicated than that. You actually have to sort of engage, and your market is much wider than your immediate tier of customers, and it's the same with your supply chain. So that would be my theme today.
Thank you so much to all of you. It has been a great pleasure to have this conversation with the three of you, the two Davids and Eskil, and for excellent preparations and responses also to the questions given by the audience. So then we will have a 10 minutes break, and then you can fill your cup of coffee or navigate back to the mobile platform, and we will see each other then 11:25. Bye bye. Thank you.
Thanks all.
right.
Welcome back and to this session on accelerating, where we will talk about solar technology. And the forecast for solar looks bright. Solar is one of the renewable energy sources with greatest growth potential. And if we're going to believe what's written in Bloomberg's new energy outlook, over 20% of electricity will come from solar in 2050. And improved technology and lower costs has turned solar into an increasingly attractive power source. So I'm really happy to introduce our next speaker, who is Saki Iqbal. He's project manager in Solapak Development, and he is a specialist within solar technology and energy efficiency in buildings. And he has more than 15 years of experience. And currently he is managing a UK-funded solar project in Africa. But he has also been involved in several research projects, including one of the first hybrid mini-grid power energy research labs. In addition, he provides consultancy and training in designing and maintaining solar PV parks in megawatt scales. He's a presenter that is well recognized in several conferences, World Future Energy Summit, Big Five Solar, etc. And he has a master in building environment and a honor master degrees in embedded systems and control. And what he will talk about here today is designing residential solar PV system for UK to last. Are the current practices we have safe? And during his presentation, just post questions as we go along, and we will pick them up in a conversation at the end of the presentation. So Saki, I will give you the word.
Sorry, Vibeke, Zaki is just trying to log in right now.
And we will give him a little while when he's coming in. There I see Saki is coming in. Saki, do you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, fine. Yeah, I just introduced you, Saki, so then you can do your presentation.
Okay, can I start now?
You can start, yes.
Okay.
I think you should use the full screen view on your presentation.
Are you getting the full screen?
Now we see in your notes, take the presentation in presentation mode.
Okay. Is it fine now?
Perfectly fine now.
Great. Good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to thank the Energy Institute for giving me this opportunity to speak at this conference. My talk today is targeted towards all those who would like to implement solar PV technology at the residential scale, whether they are homeowners, solar installers, part of SME, or investors, and would like to know whether this is an interesting market to focus on. To be honest with you, the time allocated for this topic is not enough. However, I would like to take this opportunity to provide you with some insights and its potentials and share with you some tips and tricks of the trade. So in this short presentation, I would like to focus on the challenges this industry faces. What are the potentials? That in terms of UK market, quickly comparing it with the EU market, and if you do plan to implementing residential PV system, how to make it reliable and safe. So prior to the first lockdown in 2019, there were headlines in the leading newspapers talking about the complaints against PV system installers. As you must have seen, complaining about these systems not performing as it was promised. This clearly shows that there was either the poor design, implementation, or false claims made when these commission-based installers approached people. So the question arises, what could be the consequences of poor PV design or poor PV installation? So some of the consequences, as it must be eminent with the reports shared earlier, that there would be a lack of trust. This could lead to extra overhead in maintaining the system, high system fail ratio. This could lead to fire, and that could lead to deaths as well, and injury, and loss of property. So these consequences are detrimental for the uptake of PV by a common man who has the notion that solar doesn't work in the UK. On the contrary, let's look at the UK residential sector and explore the market potential. So as per the recent government publication, Powering Net Zero Future, around 20% of emissions of UK is from buildings. Another publication titled Net Zero Strategy, published prior to COP26, clearly states UK homes needs to be carbon neutral to achieve 2050 targets. So if you look at the current statistics, UK has around 25 million homes, out of which 1.5 million homes are installed with PV. So more than 94% of building stock remains untapped. So clearly there is a huge potential. Now, if we compare the UK solar market to that of the EU, UK is much behind. And comparing to Germany, which is one of the highest installed, which has one of the highest installed residential PV, not only in Europe, but also holds a leading position in the world. So amongst most of the UK and Germany are at the same latitude. So still the question arises, why are we behind? As I previously mentioned, reliability of the PV system is paramount. Should it become popular amongst the common man? And in order to do so, it has to be carefully designed. There are other issues, there are other things like government incentives and policies behind it, but I think the crux is reliability of the system. So the question is, how to design and install a reliable PV system, and more importantly, it being very safe. So in order to do that, I would like to quickly introduce you to some of the key concepts in PV world and also provide you with some tips and tricks how to design and install a reliable PV system. Let's talk about the electricity generation in the PV. The only language most of the electronics, as you may know, understand is that of current and voltage. So I would like to introduce you to the IV curve, or mapping of current with voltage to calculate the power output. On your screen, you see the IV curve. Interestingly, the PV electrical system differs from the real world electrical system. You can connect the positive terminal and the negative terminal of the PV module without a problem, which you cannot do on the live terminal in the real world. So on your left, you see current, and on the bottom, you see voltage. So ISC, also known as short circuit current, and VOC, also known as open circuit voltage, is very important when it comes to PV design. So the power electronics inverter charger or charge controller follows the current and voltage and tries to find the maximum of the both. You must have heard about MPPT in inverters, which is maximum power point tracking, or in other words, maximum power that could be generated in a given time based on the solar irradiation. So IV curves are very important when it comes to PV system design. Now let's look into how these two parameters are affected, the I and the V. So the current is directly proportional to solar irradiation, as can be seen in the graph. However, when it comes to voltage is inversely proportional to temperature. So temperature and solar irradiation are the two important factors which governs or which actually affects the current and voltage. So as the ambient temperature rises, the voltage decreases, or the voltage decreases and the temperature drops, particularly in the cooler country, as the temperature increases, as the temperature decreases, like in England and Germany, the voltage increases. Now, an important tip that I would always give is to design the system based on the cell temperature and not the ambient temperature, because the cell temperature also takes the encapsulation and the temperature, which is much higher than that of the ambient temperature. This is very important. So now this is very important in design consideration when sizing the array or choosing inverter, which I will explain a little bit later. I would not like to focus on what are some of the components, design consideration taken while choosing some of the major components. So two of the components that I would like to touch today very quickly is power generation and power inversion. So the first in line is PV module. So while considering a PV module, always look for tier 1 manufacturer. Always analyze the data sheet of the manufacturer carefully. Be careful analyzing power warranty. What is power warranty? Power warranty is the power output warranty provided by the manufacturer as they age till the life of the PV, which is around 20 to 30 years. Be careful. Also look for power tolerances, which is basically on a positive note. You actually have to always look for as a positive power tolerance in the manufacturer setting. And also look for the temperature of coefficient. So these are some of the important tips. Now, looking at the other side is the inverter. So when we are choosing inverter, the right operating window of inverter is something very, very important that many designers miss. So the inverter selection should be based on inverter input voltage window, considering the historical data with the coldest and the hottest day and adding the tolerance margin of 1.2 commonly used in the industry. This would ensure the power electronics would not fail in due course, and also it would be safe. The other important aspect which is not given due consideration is site shading analysis. So to highlight, let me present to you a case study of poor shading design. I would like to show you a scenario. So in this scenario, the PV system installed here is for water irrigation at a roundabout. If you zoom in, 3 out of 4 PV panels are shaded. This could lead to loss of total and partial power output. Prolonged shading lead to failure of bypass diode and can even lead to fire due to built up in heat in the modules. So the other points, the other things that, so to summarize, there are the site survey and predictive design modeling is very, very important. Shading calculations are very important as well. Knowing the highest and the lowest historical data in the last 10 years is also important, and particularly important for sizing the string and choosing the right input voltage of the inverter. Very quickly looking into some of the other design consideration. Choice of conductor, both AC and DC cabling is very important. Choosing based on ampacity, voltage drop, temperature variation are the factors are very necessary. Another point which is important is proper crimping of the wires. This is one of the issues which installers miss, and this could lead to arc faults and fires. Use of torque, wrenches, and screwdrivers to torquing to the right specification is another point. And finally, grounding. Grounding of the PV module to the mounting system, power electronics, and metal enclosures should be properly ground. I would also like to share a case study of a fire in the grid-tied inverter. Many of you who are in industry would know which power electronic it is. And basically, this was shared due to improper grounding. So to summarize, there exists a solar rooftop potential in the UK. In order for a system which can surpass its design life, design of the system should be spot on. Components chosen should be of high quality. Use of symmetric design pattern would help in troubleshooting. The wiring termination should be torqued as per manufacturer torque settings. Proper labeling of wires, breakers, and disconnects would be required. And on-site and remote monitoring with timely maintenance are the good way to make it more reliable. I hope you enjoyed this rather quick overview. Thank you for your attention. I'm currently involved in the Innovate UK funded project in East Africa with the intention of powering rural economies. Please feel free to contact me later via email or LinkedIn should you like to know more or are interested in implementing solar technologies in any capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to you, Saki, for the interesting presentation. I will to follow up with a question to you that what are the measures you think that can boost the PV uptake in a safe manner in UK and be a little bit more like you told us in Germany?
Yeah, so basically there are a couple of things that is very, very important that has to be looked into. I would say looking into bottom-up and top-down approach. So on top, we should look into why exactly Germany had an installation and it's leading on the front. One reason was the government policies. There were policies which were in the UK as well, but in 2019, government pulled out the feed-in tariff. Well, that's fair. That's not a problem. However, there should be subsequent tariffs, subsequent policies that would be in place which help. However, there were detrimental things taken into consideration, like the import taxes were increased on PV module, which is not the right way forward. So the top-down approach would be the policies from the government. If the government wants to update, to help or to want people to uptake that. On the other hand, as I said, reliability of the system is important. There has to be standards. Again, looking in Germany, you would see there are lots of standard protocol authorities, which actually are bodies which help to ensure that the systems are installed properly and actually goes forward fine. However, in the UK, there is one body which is called MCS, which is very new. However, there are very little suppliers who are actually registered to it. So there has to be, again, policies by the government which forces these installers to be certified, trained by a certain authority, and ensure that the reliability of system is maintained and there are no commission-based system where basically they give you false promises and that never works.
Thank you, Saki. And we have got a question from the audience, from Stuart. Will rising temperatures due to climate change have a significant effect on the power output to existing or soon installed solar panels?
Well, again, the design of the system takes into consideration tolerances. And again, that's a sign of a good design. So basically looking into historical data is one thing that is very important while we are actually designing the system. However, I agree, there has been a pattern in changing or the rising of temperature. And yes, keeping a margin. So basically, as I said, the industry standard is taking 1.2 or 20% extra margin for the tolerances. However, when you design the system, you actually take that into consideration. And yes, you have a margin and you set a margin based on the trends. So I agree to Stuart. Basically, the design has to take into consideration the temperature, because obviously the temperature affects the voltage.
Perfect. Thank you for that good response, Saki. And I will have a final question for you if the audience doesn't come with more. That is, being a COP26 host, UK has set ambitious net zero targets. But how can the PV industry help to achieve this, and not just for UK, but also for other countries?
That's a very interesting question. Now, we know that the UK industry, as I said, the residential sector is emitting a lot. 1/5 of the emission comes from the UK homes or the buildings. So if I gave you an initial number, so we had 25 million homes and 1.5 has been populated with PV. Now, the rest 23 million is untapped. Now, just take a case scenario. The usual or the average sun hour for the UK is around 4 sun hour if you take an annual sun hours, okay? Now, average sun house which has a PV installation is around 5 to 10 kilowatt at home. Now, if I take those numbers very, very conservatively, so I say 1 kilowatt of PV installation in each of those 23 million homes, and instead of taking 4 sun hours, I take 2 sun hours. So taking that into consideration, UK, if all the homes are populated with 1 kilowatt, that means only 3 PV panels onto the roof structure, we could produce around 16 petawatt of energy, hour of energy. Now, if you look into the 2020, we had 278 terawatt hour of energy consumption. So if you look at it, we could produce much more than is required and would be required in the next 10 years. However, there is a caveat to it. Now, the energy is being produced at the time when the energy is not being utilized. So there is a need for a development of storage technologies. So if we could produce that much of energy, we have a problem of storing. And you must have heard in Germany, there was a problem of rising frequency because they had too much of energy and they did not know where to actually dissipate that. So that is one thing that comes into picture.
Thank you. Very good answer, Saki. And then we will have a question from the audience again. What are your main challenges when you are installing PV in East Africa and the project you are now involved in?
So basically we have started designing the system. Means there are a couple of things that we are looking to consideration. One is we have to look into vandalism, because basically we have to make our system. So we are designing bespoke PV panels modules in the UK by one of our partners based in Wales. So we are making bespoke PV panels which cannot be tampered and can be placed in a way that it cannot be used. Even if it is taken away, it cannot be used elsewhere. So the voltage and the current specification is much different from the generic PV modules that is used. The other thing is, again, because of the COVID, we had a lot of problems in terms of designing system because we have to do things more remotely. So we have now incorporated in our design remote monitoring system, which would help us to understand and see how things work remotely, even if we are not there. So this is one of the contingency plan, and this is one of the challenges that we cannot be there, although we want to be there.
Thank you. We have got a new question for you. That's from Tove Lunde, and it's how do you see the potential for working systematically on safety, both in design and installation of rooftop solar, given the amount of smaller suppliers actors in this market?
Well, I think there is a bigger need by the government to come up with training mechanism where we can increase the uptake of trades or the skills within the community or within the country. So we, as you rightly pointed out, there is a very small market, small skill set which we have in the UK. We have to increase and enhance that, and that would happen by creating trainings and the facility which is certified by the government and also by certain certification bodies. So I think the important thing is, if we can create lots of tradesmen, we have got a lot of potential and we can actually tap this market.
Very good answer, and I think that is what we were able to fill this section with. But it's no doubt that solar is a new king in the electricity markets. However, we need to have sound safety, both in design and performance of solar technology in order to gain the confidence, like Saki told about. And I would really like to thank you, Saki, for sharing your insight with us in such a good manner. And as you saw, we got a lot of engagement and good questions also from the audience. So we will, with that, have a 95 minutes break where you can have lunch and use the time to navigate back to the mobile platform or app to network with attendees and speakers. And by then, I will close this accelerating session on solar power.
Thank you, Webka.
Hi, Marcus. You can start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this conference with the integration session this afternoon. For the next hour and a half, we're going to have some great presenters talking about a variety of subjects. The day so far has been really interesting and very thought-provoking, and I'm sure this afternoon will be equally as thought-provoking. Bit of housekeeping, as always, within the Q&A button just below the screen. So if you've got any questions, we'll put them in there, and then we're going to have a Q&A session with the guest speakers in a while. So on that, the first speaker is going to be Caroline Taylor, and Caroline is the Chief Scientist at Earthshift Global, which is a really good title to have. She's very experienced, over 20 years in research and analysis, looking at sustainability decision making, and she's got a variety of qualifications, including bachelor's degrees in chemistry and classics, a doctorate in chemical physics from University of Chicago, and a postdoctoral scholar at Cornell. So we're really delighted to have her here, and the title of her session will be the life cycle analysis comparison of the different storage technologies. So welcome, Caroline, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Let me get the screen to share. Hi, everyone. Glad to be here to talk about some of what we're doing, what we've learned recently. Are we in the, there we go. Right, so as Marcus says, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the knowledge that we've gained looking across environmental analyses of energy storage technologies to try and understand the implications for sustainability and for, technology selection. So the idea was to get a handle on what some of the key sustainability factors are for energy storage. Ideally to support technology selection and development, to understand where there are significant knowledge gaps, where uncertainty is high, and where additional information is needed, and also to understand what need to be the best practices for conducting LCA on utility scale electricity storage, because we do need to be able to make decisions and make comparisons. So this is work supported by the Energy Institute, and as part of that, the decision was to go ahead and look at across the academic literature and the published and reviewed literature and see what could be found. And so we did a meta-analysis of the published energy storage lifecycle assessments and extracted from that things that fit our utility scale, then looked at the content of the study and the quality and resolution, and applied that set of filters to try and get to data that we could compare. So we actually wound up starting with almost 200 papers and reports of studies on energy storage. That filtered down to about 60, where we could look at things within a single technology family, so perhaps within batteries. And then that filtered further down, trying to go for our main objective of drawing conclusions across technology families. So part of that is particularly relevant. The ability to make that comparison across technologies is particularly relevant because of the rate at which energy storage capacity is expanding, and it's expanding everywhere. So this is from IEA's energy storage report that came out last week and shows the additional capacity over the last 5 years. And it's growing pretty dramatically. And most of that so far is in things like pumped hydro storage. And so one thing is to get a handle on that. So here's what's in the literature that we looked at. And this is for just grid scale. There's a lot of work on vehicle batteries, storage for vehicles, and small battery systems. Much less on grid scale, although that's changing. What is out there in the published and public space is dominated hugely by batteries. So that's that blue line. I think my colors got swapped. And then the second most common is the chemical storage. in the literature, and that's mostly coming from work on hydrogen. And then down here towards the bottom is pumped hydro and compressed air. This is particularly interesting because the vast majority of installed capacity is pumped hydro storage. There's very little other capacity yet, but it's not represented in the published studies that way. So this is one of the first very significant knowledge gaps. There's not enough work on the immediate term options. There's not enough to draw on. Largely, this reflects the fact that most of the LCA work that's public is from the academic space. So that's one of the reasons it's a little bit off. But I want to make a comment. What we're looking at here is assessment of environmental impact based on, excuse me, based on life cycle assessments, so impacts across the entire life cycle of the system. In this case, ideally from extraction of raw materials, fabrication into the energy system, storage and all its components, whether that's battery, pumped hydro, whatever that entails, use and ultimate disposal. In fact, that's the only real way to get a large handle on environmental impact. That comes in two forms. There's a lot of greenhouse gas accounting, and then other impacts in addition to greenhouse gas. So what we're doing is looking at all of those, and we want to be able to make a comparison across technologies. Problem is you can't always tell what you're looking at. So we know we need to make comparisons. We know environmental performance is important, but LCA, which is the way you get at these numbers, really depends on the details. And it's really easy to not realize that you're not comparing the same thing. And that's one of the slowest parts of doing this kind of analysis, is digging down into all of the publications to figure out exactly what was done and what it covers. So that was the second particularly big insight or knowledge gap, is that the way that we convey how we've included things and what's included isn't particularly clear. And that's something that we need to, as those of us who do LCA, need to address to make it easier for people to use the results, because we have to compare technologies and make rankings. There are specific issues with the energy storage system, and that has to do with variation, where differences in application and in use phase make a very large difference on the impact. What that really says underneath is that the best environmental performance is going to be specific to the situation to be addressed. And that may be depending on what the energy source is that is being stored, what process is being done, what sort of application is needed, what the other local environment is like. All of these variations make a big difference in impact. And that means that studies cover a huge range. They're not all the same. The other big thing that's important, particularly as we look forward, is that a lot of energy storage technologies are young. They're in their infancy in many cases. That means that there's limited knowledge, and that makes direct comparison difficult because you're running off of scenarios and approximations and decisions about scale and growth. And it needs to be explicit. I particularly like a comment from a report, gosh, almost a decade ago now, and it reflects this issue. They're talking about performance metrics in particular, that some data is there, but some has to be estimated, some has to be deduced, some inferred, and that it varies design, location, and scale of the system. That means that precision is low, but the difference between the values of competing systems is sufficiently great that it is still possible to draw meaningful conclusions. The significant piece here is to be careful in drawing those conclusions and what you can say versus what you really kind of can't say. So we'll look at the results for a couple of cases and talk about what that means. But this is a particular challenge for forward-looking energy storage. And so the third big knowledge piece is that we need a systematic way to track these and to scope evolution in parameters like operating conditions so that we can make comparisons and know what we're comparing to. Are we making an apples to apples comparison? Are we looking at technologies at the same scale? Or are we looking at a technology that's mature and one that's been projected out entirely to maturity? And what is the likelihood of that curve? All of these things influence the results and the ability to make comparisons among the results. So I feel like I should say something about safety given the conference. So LCA can't address operational safety. It is a generalized method, but it can address loss of health from releases to the environment generally. So it does fit the safety theme. It can address societal impacts, but not individual. And that's because long-term health effects are represented through transport models. So they're characterized by the effect on the organism long-term. It isn't a risk assessment approach. And so you can't get, LCA doesn't include accidents and other sort of safety and risk factors. And the important thing about that is that LCA is part of a toolkit and it should not and cannot stand alone. So all of those caveats said, when we talk a little bit about what we found. One of the things we found, of course, is that studies include very different portions of the supply chain and of the life cycle. What that means, in effect, is they cannot be compared without adaptation. So our life cycle, as I said earlier, covers all of these steps off to the right, from extraction all the way through use and ultimately to end of life and fate. That whole stream is cradle to grave. Cradle to gate stops typically at manufacturing. So it would leave much of the highest impact portion of the operation out of the scope of the system. Gate and use, so where use is included but end of life is not, was found in, maybe a third of the studies. About half are cradle to gate, and somewhere 30+% or so are cradle to grave. There are multiple studies with mixes, which is why that doesn't add up to 100. So in order to make a comparison and to think about how systems align, we have to think about the fact that the use phases differ dramatically. And so the comparison has to be a kind of two-level path. The first is to pull out this use phase portion from the overall results. The second is to look at whether there are factors in the use phase that would differentiate one technology from the other. For example, a yield difference in returning stored energy. And once those are done, we can make a comparison of technologies and make some very general statements about when a technology might be preferred on an environmental and life cycle basis. There may be other factors that dictate technology selection. But from a sustainability, environmental sustainability point of view, this gives you a sense of what the relative impacts are. So here's what we can see from looking across the studies. And this collapses all of the battery studies and then has the battery low and high groups. Excuse me. So as you'll notice, pumped hydro storage is often one of the best options. It's this green. Compressed hydro or compressed air often performs better. So making a decision between those is challenging. When batteries are very good, that works really well. When batteries are quite high impact, then they do not outperform on an environmental basis something like pumped hydroelectric energy storage. What you'll see, yeah, so that's one of the significant factors is that the pumped hydro and compressed air energy storage are both robust options with middle of the road, effectively environmental impact. That means, again, that very much the specifics of a situation will matter. And that somehow wound up all the way down at the bottom. So this is looking across the available battery studies that look at different technologies and what they're compared to. And so we're looking at places where we can compare multiple technologies together. And what you notice is lead acid, which is done in most studies either as a baseline to compare to, or because that was the dominant technology, winds up kind of middle of the road. Depending on conditions, the lithium ion batteries sometimes come up high and sometimes come up very low. The other batteries, particularly some of the flow batteries, also come in very, very well depending on conditions. So you can make selections from looking at these, but again, it's going to depend very much on nuances on how the system was modeled and what assumptions were made underneath in the analysis. But there are some general things that we can look at and see. We can also see a lot of gaps where we can't compare completely across technology. So concluding, batteries really are the bulk of LCA studies. They do have some big limitations. Almost all of them directly scale from small production up to grid scale. So they don't modify the battery production at all. We obviously have gaps in the space where we need to be able to compare other technologies. And the number of studies available for each technology differs. And that also makes the comparison more uncertain. The comparisons have to be done carefully. Research priorities, in addition to filling the gaps that are flagged, having a consistent baseline or normalization studies, these are the base assumptions, would be very, very helpful. So filling in the technology gaps and adding those common bases. And we need to distill down so that we can look at fewer possible variations, less choose your own adventure, and more concrete comparison. So it's a challenging case, but there is a lot of information out there, and a lot of it is providing some really valuable, I think, insight. That is it. So thank you.
Caroline, that was really interesting. Thank you very much for that. And you know, appreciate that that was a tough gig for you, but that was really super interesting. So thank you very much. I know we've got some questions in the chat, which we'll come back to. But yeah, from a personal point of view, loads of questions going through my head. So we'll pick up on those after. But go and get a drink, and we'll see you later. Thank you. I'd like to introduce the next speaker now. So it's Brian Sullivan. Brian is an executive director of the IPI ECA, and he's been in and around oil and gas and BP, particularly for over 20 years. And he has had a varied career working internationally in many, many locations, from London to Budapest to Johannesburg, and well over 60 countries during his time. He's also had a varied career in the technical, commercial, financial, and leadership roles across the downstream value chain. And today he's going to be talking to us about health, safety, and environment and sustainability solutions from the oil and gas industry. So I really look forward to this. So thank you very much, Brian.
Okay, thanks very much, Marcus. Slight challenge is Caroline still sharing her screen. So if she could stop, then I can share mine, please. Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, bear with me. Right, okay, I recognize that slide. So thanks very much. So some of you may well be asking what a guy from the oil and gas industry is doing at a renewables conference, or what right does the oil and gas industry have to talk to us about sustainability? And I hope to answer that today. I'm not here to preach, of course, but to use the Energy Institute as a portal to provide access to knowledge and resources to help the energy transition be as sustainable as possible. And for those that don't know us, IPECA is the Global Oil and Gas Industry Association for Advancing Environmental and Social Performance. So our members comprise the world's leading oil and gas companies, responsible for around half the world's oil and gas production and an increasing share of renewables. We have majors, national oil companies, independents, EPC contractors, and other industry associations. We're the only global industry association that covers both upstream and downstream segments. 28 out of the 44 companies you can see on the slide have net zero aims now, up from about 2 a year ago. And a quarter of the IPECA membership are investing in scaling up alternative energy businesses, including wind, solar, biofuels, tidal, hydroelectric, and geothermal. And in fact, between them, they're currently targeting to build over 200 gigawatts of capacity by 2030. Most of them, of course, have also installed renewable energy sources as power supplies to their operations. And through IPECA, in addition to our role as non-lobby UN observers, our members work together through us to share knowledge and develop good practice in about 47 groups and task forces across our scope, which is sustainability, climate, nature, and people, which is why I'm here. So I'd like to make you aware of some resources and potential partnership opportunities that may help advance environmental and social performance across the energy transition, based on learnings from the oil and gas sector. So the energy transition is, of course, a fundamental component of the world's plan of action to address climate change and to achieve sustainable development. And access to affordable, reliable energy is essential not only for the growth of strong economies, but also employment, education, eradication of poverty, and global health. Sustainable energy has been described by the UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed as the golden thread that links most of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda Pledge to leave no one behind. So there's a dual challenge for the energy industry, both to support the transition to a low emissions future, while also ensuring there's substantial enough energy to meet the needs of the world's growing population. So access to energy and energy security are key and lead to the need for a managed transition. So around 70% of emissions come from the production and use of energy in the global system. And of course, around half the primary energy system at the moment comes from oil and gas. We've done a lot of work looking at this over the years, and we've come to the conclusion that there are, of course, many pathways to reduce emissions from energy, but there are some common themes. First of all, to improve energy efficiency and save energy. Second, to reduce emissions from power generation. And then the third is to reduce emissions from remaining end-use sectors, including electrification of as much as possible of that demand. But it's not happening fast enough, and COP26 will help, but there's still a lot more to do. And we need to deploy a broad portfolio of solutions to reduce emissions, including things like carbon capture and storage, offsets, various forms of energy technology. And in my view, this is climate change is a challenge that requires us to apply all the solutions that are available in the toolkit rather than just be too selective. And every country will have its own journey from where they are now to where they need to be in a net zero world. And likewise, this applies to most companies as well. They'll all have their unique pathways in getting there. While we're attacking climate change, of course, solving it on its own is not good enough. We need to have a just transition. And that involves supporting communities which could be negatively impacted by the move away from high emissions energy, but also we have to protect communities and the environment where new energy sources scale up. And IPECA has embarked on a work program which is going to be looking at both ends of the just transition. So IPECA and its members have got a lot of experience in environmental and social performance and good practice around large projects on land and sea. And we use our guidance in support of renewables activities as well. So just focusing in on the environment at the moment. So a big part of our role is to support the UN Convention for Biological Diversity. And assessing and managing biodiversity risk throughout the life cycle of projects and use of the mitigation hierarchy are key elements of good practice in this particular area. And to support this, IPECA, together with the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers, produced the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Fundamentals Guidance. And it provides a high-level framework for good biodiversity management for any operational activity in any operating environment. And within it, there are 6 interlinked management practices. So, for example, building biodiversity into governance and business processes, engaging stakeholders to understand their expectations around biodiversity and ecosystem services, understanding baselines and dependencies and potential impacts, and then mitigating and managing those impacts and identifying opportunities to make a positive impact. And then finally, to select, measure and report the appropriate biodiversity and ecosystem services performance indicators. And these 6 principles can be easily applied to any industrial activity. Another area of focus for us is managing use of water, and we've produced tools that help companies assess their exposure to water risk at global and site level. And the water management framework we produced helps to identify and manage those impacts. Looking at social responsibility, at the core of it all is the UN Guiding Principles for Business and Human Rights. And on an industry level, many oil and gas companies have made good progress in respecting human rights. Using the UN Guiding Principles framework as a guide, they've enhanced or incorporated human rights considerations into their risk and impact assessments, improved worker and community grievance and remedy processes, and included human rights in their external reporting. In addition, many have also introduced human rights performance checks into activities such as supply chain management, security, and also monitoring environmental and social performance. And this has been supported by guidance that we've produced, looking at human rights due diligence, community grievance mechanisms, and also looking at our relationship with Indigenous peoples and the issue of free, prior and informed consent. So a lot of this work led to increasing interest from our members and also stakeholders in the UN system that we work very closely with, and some other NGOs, into the applicability of good practice from existing industries into technologies which are now scaling up. And so we produced a compendium of guidance, which is a map of our current library of good practice, mapped to various alternative energy technologies, including wind, solar, hydro, biofuels, nuclear, and tidal. And the review showed that we have many of our guidance documents actually have relevance and may be useful for people operating in those technologies. The applicability, of course, varies depending on a number of factors, including the physical footprint, timescales, locations of the assets. And it covers topics such as biodiversity, water, labor rights, human rights, health, social investment, local content, and Scope 3 emissions. And we published this compendium last year, and it includes a synopsis of the relevant guidance documents, a comment on its applicability to other technologies, and it's freely available on the IPECA website. It's actually one of the most downloaded publications over the last year or so by a largely new audience for our work. So where are we going with all this? So our new strategy as IPECA places the energy transition and sustainable development at the heart of our vision. And our role is to mainstream sustainability, advance climate action, environmental responsibility, and advance social performance across our industry and the interests of our members. IPECA members, of course, have a very significant role. The oil and gas industry and the energy sector in general has a very important role in the energy transition, not surprisingly. And of course, from our perspective, the two main roles are to reduce the emissions from our operations, but also to help consumers reduce theirs. And this slide is an example from one of our members showing the various work streams, but also targets that they have for making their contribution to the energy transition. And you can see examples there of energy efficiency, eliminating flaring, methane, producing gas as a replacement for coal, carbon capture use and storage, growing electric vehicle charging networks, and of course, investment in renewables, not just for business, but also for their own use. And as I mentioned earlier, IPECA members between them are currently targeting adding over 200 gigawatts by 2030. As an association, what we're doing is we're applying our scope of sustainability, climate, nature, and people in support of the energy transition. So we have a net zero emissions task force where members are sharing knowledge on how they're going about their journeys to net zero. On natural climate solutions, looking at afforestation and reforestation projects, they require an understanding of the environmental and social impacts, and we're developing guidance on this together with the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which is due out early next year. On the just transition, our human rights and social performance experts are convening from across the membership to improve understanding and develop a shared approach to the just transition. All our good practice guidance that we're developing from now on will consider its relevance to alternative energy technologies. And last but not least is this summer we have formed our newest task force, which is actually the Alternative Energy Task Force, focused purely on developing, sharing knowledge and developing guidance in support of alternative energy projects. It will, of course, be leaning very heavily on the pool of experts we have from across the spectrum of our work. We're initially going to be focusing on wind, solar, and biofuels projects. And the areas that we're going to be looking at probably include supply chain, circularity, and the life cycle analysis of the projects themselves. So some similarities with the previous speaker. Big part of how we work is through partnership and collaboration, and you can see on the slide there the partners that we deal with. We do an awful lot of work with the UN system, and that's enabled by our non-lobby status. We don't lobby, but we do have technical dialogues with them, which is mainly them talking to us, I hasten to add. And also with various NGOs and other industry groupings that you can see down in the bottom half there. So we talk to other sectors. An example would be the International Council of Mining and Metals in the middle there. And other commercial groups like the associations like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And we do an awful lot of work in partnership with both of those. That is an approach we continue and will continue to do, particularly as we do more in the area of alternative energy. So just to wrap up, so the energy transition is a fundamental component of the world's plan of action to address climate change and achieve sustainable developments. IPECA and its members have got a lot of experience in environmental and social performance and good practice in large projects on land and sea. This knowledge is openly available to anyone, and we'll be doing more in this area across the whole of IPECA, and we're open to partnership and collaboration. Please have a look, and if you'd like to know more, please let me know. I'm hopeful we can use the learnings from the past to build a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. I mean, the last point there, I think, is one that resonates with everybody, that we shouldn't be reliving the past, we should be learning from it. So I think you'll find that your hit rate on your website will increase dramatically this afternoon. So certainly I'll be looking on it and getting some of those documents down. So really appreciate your time. So and we'll come back for some questions later. But thank you very much indeed. Really, really interesting. Thank you. So the next speaker is Alistair Pyle. He's a principal consultant with Impact, and basically within Impact, he's worked within the energy and heavy industry sectors with a real focus on marine and construction engineering. Alistair has worked in many countries, including China, Azerbaijan, Qatar, and Singapore, and he's worked really closely with diagnostic teams to identify systematic human rights abuses and to support businesses in providing remedy to workers. So today he's going to be talking to us about Toolbox talks about human rights. I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you, Alistair.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Marcus. And thanks to the Energy Institute as well for hosting this. And we've had a lot of talks on Toolbox Talks. So I hope this can add to the discussions that we've had yesterday morning and earlier today as well. So most, I would say, if not probably all of you have probably never heard of us, who are Impact. And Brian was saying, what does an oil and gas person have to do here? And what does a human rights consultancy have to do at a conference like this as well? But we've been to many sites around the world, both in the oil and gas and the renewable sector as well. And one of the things we see as a massive difficulty is that actually talking about human rights using the language. However, many of you on this call will have started to see this creeping into your job scopes, whether you're on the front line, whether you're in management positions. It's becoming an increasingly kind of part of that kind of social contract to operate, really. And, you know, it's a difficult topic for many to understand and discuss with any meaning. You know, it's more around sort of these lofty aspirations, I think, little grounding in really how it works on the ground, this kind of legal jargon that doesn't really apply. But actually finding a way to kind of put human rights and worker welfare on the table is the most difficult step of this journey, that first part of it. However, what we've sort of seen is you know, the principles around kind of communication, leadership, and respect to actually underpin effective health and safety orientated cultures. They actually offer a unique vehicle to start tabling and having these constructive discussions on broader worker welfare. And at a time when we're discussing a just transition, as Brian sort of alluded to there, you know, it's more important now than ever to start having these conversations as well. We've seen some brilliant presentations earlier today and yesterday about what health and safety kind of is influenced by. Many factors of this: the organizational environment, the attitudes of management, the commitment from senior leadership, but it's also about individual empowerment, it's about motivation, and it's also about the personal attributes of the workforce of employees and of colleagues as well. And one of the kind of biggest challenges in achieving these safe workplaces of the future is about changing entrenched habits and behaviors that we see. So, you know, the policy, the kind of health and safety policy and the processes are going to set that expectation, but it's got to be coupled with addressing fundamental changes in attitudes as well. So there's simple ways to do this, which we'll talk about in the next 10 minutes or so. This is about encouraging people to rethink their relationships with one another, creating an environment that promotes people speaking up, and using active observations and feedback that reinforces good behaviors without penalizing bad ones. One of the most effective vehicles for introducing this change is the Toolbox talk. It's a very kind of simple tool. It's very different across different companies, but actually this is one of the best ways to actually get this throughout to business as well. So I guess, how many of you recognize a Toolbox talk like that? I think they've come on quite far away from this, but very much rules-based. Never do this, don't do that, always do this. You know, very much a kind of quite strict, you know, there's lots of rules. And I think it was Victoria yesterday from the OU talking about Toolbox talks, and also Lorraine about human factors. You know, these kinds of messages like this don't land. They don't work completely. People don't follow them, people don't listen to them, especially when they're every day as well. And I know they've come on a bit, but in many places we've seen, they're still framed around this quite strict language that really doesn't land. And when we've been working across sort of sites in the renewables and the oil and gas sectors where health and safety is seen as a core value to many businesses, you know, scores of highly experienced professionals like yourselves on this conference, immense amounts of effort and resources are poured into, you know, providing safe workplaces. Yet there's accidents, there's near misses, there's those silly little mistakes that are made every day that go underreported. So when we go to these sites, you know, we wonder why is this still happening? So what we did was to look at the management systems, look at the corporate commitments, and actually look at how they're communicated to the workforce. And beyond sort of formal training, on the job training as well, it's mainly through these sort of health and safety Toolbox talks. And these were like the first sort of screen there around, you know, very rules-based, and actually, you know, one-way dialogue. It was all about team leaders to employees. You will do this. This is what we're going to do today. You know, or sometimes quite shouty, low energy. You know, there was not much incentivization for actually behaving in a very safe manner. You know, even punishment of bad behaviors. And what we sort of found from this was that actually, you know, even though there's very mature management systems exist, Toolbox talks would be delivered in, you know, on topics and in a way that led to a complete lack of engagement and understanding by workers, by employees about what they actually had to do to keep safe, but crucially, why they had to keep safe. Now, I'll come back to why that's a really important point, but that was never really delivered. It's always the what and not the why. And actually, that's one of the most critical factors that we kind of came across during our work within the sector as well. So at the heart of this, kind of communication and empowerment. And we've heard from the experts earlier about this in terms of, you know, the psychological factors and the biases that they have on human behavior. This is not just in terms of health and safety, but also in terms of general workplace culture as well. Sometimes it's this sense of disempowerment, sometimes as heavy as dehumanization, a lack of sense of belonging, this heavy cognitive load, you know, busyness, always being very busy. And actually, you know, that works together to prompt low engagement, low levels of trust, lack of respect for one another, and ultimately poor safety standards. You know, this is one of the biggest negative effects of all of this on top. And actually, these cognitive biases that have been discussed, sort of especially on day one of the conference, they're not unique to the renewable sector. They're not unique to any sector. They exist within all of us, and they affect every decision that we make. And a lot of our work previously in other sectors has been built on trying to address these biases. And we try to, you know, as we'll explain in the next couple of slides, how do we address some of this through the lens of health and safety, whilst also talking about worker welfare and also talking about human rights in a way that's constructive. So the idea has been to take these learnings from social psychology, unpacking and getting over those barriers, and to start exploring human rights through the lens of safety with a focus on the motivations, the why, to stay safe, and the human factors that are involved in creating safe and respectful workplaces as well. So these 15-minute sessions, they tag onto the back of existing Toolbox talks. They're led by team leaders on site, and crucially, they've got the active participation of the workers within that team, of the employees within that team. They're very light interventions, and they're designed to shift the focus away from something that's rules-based, that, to be honest, doesn't go very far, into focusing on to the motivations for staying safe. Now, many of you will think that it's obvious why we want to stay safe. Yes, the reasons are obvious, but how often do we all stop and think about the why? You know, I think we just go straight to the what, that kind of cognitive, we're busy, we've got to get onto it, what do I need to do? Not why do I need to do it? You know, and how often is this why communicated? You know, how understandable is it as well for people to actually get to grips with it? So after this, there's 12 weeks, and I'll go through a couple of the kind of points on here. And this is really, you know, so easy to pick up for any organization to kind of take from this and build on this. It's 12 weeks, start off simple, you grow from there. And the idea is that you kind of finish with a bit of an end line assessment. Now, you obviously want to be looking at sort of safety statistics within this, but also it's about collecting qualitative data, about empowerment to stop work, looking out for colleagues, proactively engaging in the safety culture of the business as well. So it's not just about, you know, incident reporting and near misses. It's actually more qualitative than that, deeper than that, in terms of measuring how this is. And this is where it starts to link in really around the kind of the respect element of human rights. So it starts off with the most familiar, PP, focusing on the why, not the what, and then works on from there into more complex topics that have a tangible link to health and safety, but also to human rights and worker welfare. For example, leadership and responsibility, workplace culture, how to raise an issue. These themes, you know, when done well, they underpin an effective health and safety system, but they also underpin a decent and fair working environment, which is essentially what human rights is. You know, there's no lofty legal jargon here. There's There's no point to overcomplicate it. That's really what this subject is really about, is about trying to provide decent and fair working environments, and health and safety is a core pillar of those as well. So the idea is to just flip it on its head from everything that we saw wrong with the Toolbox talks that we had observed, you know, giving employees, giving workers ownership over them, having them participate and drive those discussions, highlighting clear incentives for the correct behavior. You know, a lot of behavioral change sort of experts, I think, have presented before. Penalizing bad behaviors is not the way to get someone to change. Rewarding good behaviors is actually the way to do it. And it's all done in a way that actually slowly and incrementally starts to increase trust from one team to another, to individual, and gets people engaged in the safety culture as well, so that they feel that there's a sense of belonging that we sort of looked at as well. So when I say the intervention is light, I really mean it. You know, this is not designed to be something extra. Rather, it should actually ride on the back of, you know, something that's already being done well. And within there, there's an element of training. You know, we've heard a great presentation yesterday, actually, about the power of a good facilitator in these Toolbox talks. And the training of team leads on how to deliver these sessions is crucial to making them successful. However, just to hone in on one of the themes around motivation, you can see that it's actually quite basic and easy to understand, which is the whole point from this. No point overcomplicating things. And in this example, it's all about what motivates us to stay safe. So the questions here are all deliberately designed so as to find a kind of commonality between everyone within that team. So, you know, if you look at the talk element, you know, who can argue with the idea that you want to stay safe so that you can return to see your loved ones at the end of the day? Not many of us could argue with that. You know, this example that this has come from was used on a site that was incredibly large, you know, very diverse work sites as well, lots of different nationalities, languages, backgrounds, ethnicities. Yet wanting to return home to see their family at the end of every day was something that everyone shared, you know, something that everyone could get behind, something that bonded people together and put everyone on the same level. And during the next session, in the next week of these kind of round of Toolbox talks, you know, people were bringing in photos of family members. And actually that kind of camaraderie is what you want on site, because you want people to be looking out for one another. Looking at some of the themes in a bit more depth, you know, here again, it goes beyond this kind of rules-based exercises into something that's actually, you know, people have been kind of quite accustomed to, and instead it's focusing on getting people to participate and be an active voice within the safety culture. So addressing everything from who is actually responsible for our safety, all of us, not just management, not just team leaders. You know, you've got to look out for one another, why it's important to raise issues, and how you can look out for one another as well. You know, within this, it's all about the why we're doing this, not the what, because I think a lot of effort's been poured into the what, but actually it's the why that's sometimes lacking, and is probably the most important element to having a kind of strong health and safety culture that's also about providing decent and fair workplaces as well. Now, all sounds very nice. Nice colored boxes and everything, but it's got to have effects, you know, it's got to have a measurable effect as well, not just on kind of feelings of satisfaction at work, but on health and safety. This is the whole point of this. And it has, you know, some of the work that we've done, you know, some of the work that's been sort of taken on by some of the companies we've worked with, and they've run with it themselves. You know, this from reductions in unsafe behaviors to increases in safe behaviors. However, you know, I think there's two telling things on this, and from what we've heard and what we've seen, is the increase in worker-led reporting of unsafe behavior. You know, this is massively linked to that idea of empowerment that I presented at the beginning of this. You know, if something's wrong, something doesn't work, or if it's unsafe, you know, as managers, as team leaders, you want to know about it. And if people don't feel confident to raise things, or feel, wow, someone else will pick it up, you know, that trip hazard, someone else will deal with it, I'm not going to mention it. You know, you don't want that. You want people bringing things to you so you can fix them, you know, and that was a massive part of this, is actually people feeling confident and feeling like they had a sense of ownership over this. You know, they felt responsible for the person next to them as well. And the second is this kind of increased feeling of respect, and that's massively kind of exemplified by some of the quotes that I'll share on the next and final screen as well. And this is obviously linked to that sense of belonging at work, that sense of purpose, which is so crucial to providing these kind of safe workplaces of the future as well. So, final point on here, that I'll leave as I give back to Marcus here is really kind of talks to these interventions, tiny pieces of just changing the angle of these toolbox talks, tagging something on that's more personal, getting people engaged. Anyone can do this, and this is really about not just addressing the what of what we've got to do to stay safe at work and respect one another, but actually why. And it's really kind of crucial as we move into a kind of just transition that we don't just focus on some of the more kind of technical aspects, but actually we remember the people that are going to make this happen as well. So I hope that's left people with some bits to think about after that. But back to you, Marcus. Thank you very much.
Alistair, thank you very much. Really thought-provoking. I think, from personal experience, I resonate with a lot of what you've said about Toolbox talks being rule-based, and certainly, in the 30 years I've been in HSC, you see the punishment level, and we need to be absolutely right, shift into that more positive space of the rewarding good behaviour. So really, really interesting stuff. So thank you very much for your presentation. So I'd like to introduce now the final presentation. We actually have a dual presenters. So I'm really pleased to announce that we've got Ryan Linzer, who's the complex manager at Fowler Ridge Wind Farm, that works for BP. And also we've got Tashina Shams, who's the founder and CEO of Dynamo. And they're going to do a dual presentation formed around the complex management of Fowler Ridge Wind Farm. So really looking forward to this. So over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining the session today. And thank you to the organizers for providing us an opportunity to talk about how digital innovation can help improve safety and efficiency of frontline workers in the renewable industry. I'm Tashina. I'm the founder and CEO of a technology startup called Dynamo, and we're all about improving health and safety of the frontline worker, and we're all about how we could apply digital technology to improve health and safety in the renewable industry. We've partnered with BP, and we've trialed this technology in the Fowler Ridge Wind Farm, which we'll be talking about today. We'll talk about the challenges and the learnings, and hopefully we can share some nuggets that you can take with you in your digital implementations as well. So let me share screens. Okay, has it come through okay? If someone can give me, yes, all right, great, thank you, Mom. Okay, so talking about Dynamo, so we are on a mission to enable all frontline workers to go home safe at the end of their shift. Dynamo right now sits within a corporate accelerator in BP called Launchpad Inventors. So think of it as a business builder / scale-up factory that take business ideas and startups at different stages of their life cycle and help to convert them into big commercial propositions. Dynamo is one of those startups. So we've been backed by BP. They have been our investors for the past year or so. They've been working closely with us to build this product that we've trialed first at one of BP's largest wind farms. So in a nutshell, what we want to do is we want to get frontline workers proactively out of harm's way. And we feel that in order to do that, we have to really look at the end-to-end piece, starting with how work is planned and risks are thought about and hazards and control measures are put in place, to how, there was a really good talk on Toolbox talks just now, how Toolbox talks are carried out in a collaborative way, to being sure that when people are actually making a trip to the sites, they are safe and they can raise alerts and they can get help if they're at risk, especially if they're traveling long distances to remote sites. Two, when they're actually doing the work in real time, we can assess risks and hazards, which could be weather, which could be red zones, which could be well-being kind of aspects like fatigue and hydration. So when we were looking at this problem around, how do we get frontline workers out of harm's way? We thought about this comprehensively end to end, and that's basically what Dynamo technology is about. So we've got a range.
Sheena, can you swap screens? We're seeing your slide screen.
Yeah, we just need to put it in full screen mode if possible.
Okay. Let's try that.
It's up on the top under display settings.
Okay.
We'll swap.
Where is that, Ryan?
Right at the top of your screen, it says display settings.
Yeah.
Go swap there.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for that, Ryan.
That's better.
Okay. So yeah, so I was saying we have three main modules. The plan module is about planning work effectively, or as we call the digital control of work. We were very targeted on how we can make this more specific to renewable energy workflows and make sure that they're intuitive tools that people can use to plan their work and get work permits and do toolbox talks and share lessons learned collaboratively. The second module is the trips module here, which is being able to manage journeys when people are moving to remote sites and make sure that if people are at risk, the response time of an emergency can be reduced as much as possible, to the final module called perform. And in my beginning slide, there were a few snapshots of different kind of devices that we connect to, like mobile phones and Fitbits and smart watches and smart water bottles. And we connect to these devices to get real-time data that can give us insights around things like this person is working on a top of a wind tower and there's been a lightning strike 30 miles away, so he or she needs to come down. Or Sheena is working in an exclusion zone or a red zone right now and she's highly fatigued. So we can connect to these daily use devices and systems, and we can get insights that would give real-time information to people to get out of harm's way. So the perform module is what we want to talk a little bit more about, the real-time health and safety alerting. That's what we've tested in the Fowler Ridge wind farm. And over to Ryan, who is going to talk about what was done at Fowler and what were the learnings. So I'm going to stop video. Ryan.
All right, thank you, Sheena. So hello, everybody. I'm Ryan Lindstrom. I'm the complex manager at Fowler Ridge Wind Farm here in Fowler, Indiana. Been here for 12 years, so I know the hard points of keeping people safe out in this field, right? So Fowler is 355 turbines across 90,000 acres, almost 135 square miles. So we're a large area to keep people safe in, right? So our objectives were to make sure that we could do it in real time, for one, and everybody gets alerting, whether it's on network or off network. We want to assess the technical and operational feasibility of it out in the field with you using wearables that aren't niche and that are something we use every day, right? And then we wanted to have real world feedback. So my guys using it out in the field and myself actually using it and providing feedback to the team of Dynamo and trying to make this the best way so everybody gets to go home safe to their family every night. And we're doing this through location monitoring, weather monitoring. We're monitoring people's fatigue and hydration, just as Sheena had mentioned. So let's talk about the pilot. So we were able to do exclusion zones for every tower that people are working in every day. It's a manual process for me at BP because we don't have electronic control of work quite yet. However, we are working to get that. So if you have electronic control of work, you could automate this by a simple, as soon as a permit is given to a team, they could automatically be in an exclusion zone. You get alerting, and they would get alerting if people enter that exclusion zone. It's especially useful for emergency scenarios. So when you have an emergency on this wind farm, on any wind farm or location, you can see exactly where people are at. You can get to the nearest people to them for help. You can actually share the location of the injured personnel straight to 911 if you wanted to, so they can get step-by-step instructions right on navigation to get to them. We also have weather monitoring. So most people know we're in giant lightning rods out here in this field. So when we can have the most up-to-date, quickest weather monitoring, that's where my people are getting safe. And what we could do is people are getting alerted right to their phones, right to their smartwatches. It's hard to miss an alert when things on your body are vibrating and telling you, right? So this was awesome for that. It's also good for ice accumulation and forecasting. So for offtake, daily offtake, you can let your off-takers know that, hey, we got ice coming in and we might load up. So you might want to diminish it by 10% for tomorrow. On the next slide, Sheena. So the way we're monitoring fatigue is through the Fitbit. There was some, I'd say, concern from the technicians to monitor their personal sleeping schedules. So what we did with that is I can't see, or nobody else can see the data for each individual person. All it is a trend. So what I did is I pulled it up in front of the guys and I showed them, say, hey, this is what I can see. All it is a trend. And I can tell if I can call you in after hours. So where this comes in handy is BOP trips, things like that at midnight. We actually had a case like that where we had to come in at midnight. I could pull up my graph quick, see my whole team's fatigue schedule, and then I could leave people at home, see where they're at in their fatigue data, maybe send somebody else out at site. This particular case was, I was good to come in at midnight. So I came in and took care of the problem, left my team sleeping at home, right? So it's very good for using this fatigue monitoring after hours. Hydration is also a good one. So this kind of turned into a friendly competition, we'll say, on site. So as soon as we started using Dynamo, I was more hydrated than I probably ever have been in my whole life, because you can see your trend, you can see your team's trend. You can't see individual data, again, same thing. It's just a trend for your whole team. And it turned into a friendly competition. It was fun. On the next slide. So what you'll see here is our week 2 survey. So we asked the guys, hey, are you feeling safer with this product? And you can see we're right across the board in week 2. We got, 60% of people are above half, and then we have people below, right? By week 7, after using this, show them the data, show them how I'm using it and what we're tracking. You'll see we're shifting way to the right. Almost everybody, 70% of people were happy with it and wanted to keep using it. So I consider that a success, and we're moving forward with it. Back to you, Dashina.
That is great, Ryan. Thank you. So I want to take some time to talk about what challenges we faced and what were our learnings. But before we do that, can we have a quick poll on screen? And we want to get your thoughts on what are your 2 top challenges in terms of digital implementation and innovation. And we will give everyone, I would say, a minute to respond to this. Okay, a few more seconds, and then we will close the poll. And if you could have the results, that would be amazing. All right, so there's a real mix of answers there, but if we pick like the top 2 or 3, teams are not supported enough during technology implementations. We got that feedback as well. Too many siloed tools, integration is a challenge, and then connectivity on site. Yeah, that was a key one for us as well. So thank you for that. So yeah, I would want to talk about this one around teams are not supported enough during implementations, and we were very conscious of that. So I'm going to talk about the second piece first, iterating rapidly with customers. Because this is innovation and this is new things that people may not have been exposed to before. As a startup, we were very conscious that we need to be able to iterate this product very rapidly in close combination with customers. 1, that makes sure that the product is in sync with what the customers need. 2, it gives them an ownership into building the product. So when we launched this POC in Fowler, I think we had an excess of 18 iterations on this product in an 8-week window. And that helped obviously to improve the product, but that also helped in creating this sense of ownership with the users. The other big learning was when you're doing these digital implementations that obviously have this strong element of privacy and getting a sort of personal data and tracking workers, you have to be really clear on what data is being shared with whom for what purposes. And obviously, because we were tracking location, we were tracking fatigue, there were naturally concerns around what is this data going to be used for, and why are you even doing this? So there was a strong business change effort in making sure everybody understood this was for their own safety. They were in control. This was totally an opt-in technology. Nobody was pushing to use this. We were looking for a pull from the frontline worker. And then, we were absolutely transparent. We got in one of the team meetings, Ryan opened his screen and he said, look, this is all I can see, guys. I cannot see what time you slept, what time you woke up, how many times did you move during the night, how much water you're actually drinking. I'm just seeing an aggregated curve. And I'm not seeing your location data outside shift hours or when you're outside the geofence of the wind farm. I'm only seeing your data when you're on shift and when you're on the wind farm. So that really helped, that transparency really helped to get the users on board. And then final one was around the emergency response. So frontline workers were really sort of conscious on, yes, this is going to help proactively raise alerts, but what happens in an emergency? How can you reduce the response time on an emergency? And then what we did was, when there's an emergency, yes, an alert is sent to the control center, but we're also able to locate the closest person to the one who needs help, and we can then send alerts to that person. So if I'm hurt and Ryan is within 1 mile radius of me on a wind farm, Ryan would get an alert to get some help to me while formal help is on its way. So again, with feedback from customers, we were able to put in these quick wins in place that helped with the engagement. Okay, so that is the end of our presentation. I would pass it over back to Marcus. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Really, really interested. I recognize, Ryan, what you're talking about, having spent 10 years working in Texas on onshore wind farms, and size and scale is to behold when you compare it to some of the European stuff, and certainly the man down situation when you're at, one end of the site to the other can be 50, 60 miles, and yeah, all of that fun stuff, and crossing county lines, and yeah, really, really, it's a very interesting technology, and I think we'll get into that. So yeah, that brings us to the end of the sessions in terms of presentations. But what I'd like to do now is to maybe open it up into some of the questions that we received. So if I can ask the guys to sort of come back to the table, if you like. And I think that there's some of the questions that we'd like to really, think about is the broad spectrum, and feel free to wade into any of the questions for the sessions. But I think if we start with maybe Caroline, one of the things we're talking about is the storage technologies, and maybe, when we think about the trade-offs between those, how significant do we think the trade-offs are between those different storage technologies? Do you get a feel from the literature, or?
Yeah, they can be quite significant, and they can be enough to change the decision of what to implement in a particular context.
Right.
Particularly ones that intersect with water at all.
I mean, you talked about the fact that, the analysis that you've done and the different literature out there, and the fact that we need this consistent set of normalization, and that would be really beneficial. But so how do we address that? That seems to be fundamental to one of the studies that you've been looking at, So
we can't really, unfortunately, address it going backwards, although it would be fantastic if we could. But if we can be very clear going forward about what would be some best practice guidelines for some assumptions to make so that we have a consistent comparison set, that would be very useful. The other thing that would be useful is a guidance for kind of do's and don'ts of making comparisons. As practitioners, we have quite a few things that we do automatically in deciding whether something's comparable or not. And I think it would be helpful to share those, to make those something more easily disseminated. And then transparency. If there's any way to encourage transparency in analyses that are being done, I think that would also increase the ability to draw on them.
And do you see that as a responsibility of developers or governments or industry bodies?
Everybody, frankly. I think it's
all of the above.
I think the most effective, I think the two most effective places for it are at the standard setting level. And we see some of that with the ISO standards that govern LCA and carbon footprinting, and at the industry level. So industry organizations are in a good position to not just come up with best practice, but to support the development of a toolkit or framework. Because if the barrier to entry, if the friction to use is lower, then it's more likely to be adopted. And industry organizations are uniquely positioned to work with membership to create something that would be usable. And we don't need to see a proliferation of additional regulation around it. We need to establish best practice and follow it.
I mean, Brian, you've been around oil and gas a very long time. Do you see similarities in what Caroline's suggesting there, that from the oil and gas days, from maybe when you first started your career?
Yeah. I mean, I think Caroline's response in terms of getting the industry associations to work together to sort of come up with some alignment and some sort of standardized approach, and it is a great way to go. I have to admit, I'm not sure for particularly for the battery storage sector where we would turn, and this is one of the reasons why IPECA is getting a bit more involved in renewables technology, because we did a bit of a look at the landscape, the global landscape. There are regional associations, but there isn't a global association that's looking at environmental and social good practice in this particular field. So we saw a bit of a need there, but it does, if you get the people who've got to implement the work heavily involved and consulted in developing the practice to start with, then the uptake is likely to be much higher.
I think it's a valid point, because when you look in the safety world, there are, national, regional, global sort of focus groups, and I'm part of one with a G+, which the Energy Institute support through their secretariat function. There's variety. We can go to Denmark, for example, talk to the wind industry in Denmark, and have a very clear safety conversation. It gets more difficult in the environmental space, but some of the technologies, you're absolutely right. And I think, batteries, storage, or storage generally, is a very good example where there is no one body looking after it at the moment, either whether that be local, regional, or on a global scale. So yeah, maybe there is a responsibility for us all to try and get involved in that, and to try and close that out, particularly as we integrate multiple technologies now. Projects are no longer going to be just wind. There will be wind with storage, with hydrogen, with solar. There'll be combined technologies coming more and more over the horizon as we develop globally. So yeah, okay. No, that's it's a good answer. I mean, in terms of talking to you, Brian, about sort of the landscape that you see it, where can we as renewables learn from oil and gas in terms of the areas around environment, and vice versa? Is there anything that renewables can present to oil and gas for oil and gas to learn?
Well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, we got one of the triggers that got us involved, apart from our members diversifying, was we were being approached by UN agencies to see whether we could apply any of the guidance, and it was mainly in terms of human rights and social responsibility, in support of it was actually initially in terms of hydro. It was the main initial trigger, and so the industry's been held to quite a high bar for quite some time now in this area, and of course with the advent of UN guiding principles on business and human rights, and things like the voluntary principles for security and human rights as well. That's been sort of a real point which initiated the dialogue with the UN on this particular area. And of course, there are communities wherever a project happens to be, and it's not specific to oil and gas in terms of the likely impact or relationships between the site and the communities around them. So that was really sort of the initial focal point. But as we look further into it, we've seen there are areas where you need to understand the biodiversity impacts and risks around a location, because if you're changing something, then it will have a risk and an impact. And so that's one area. But I think another bit where that's come to light is that there are a lot of practitioners who have honed their skills in the oil and gas sector in this particular area, in good practice on environmental, social responsibility, human rights. And I think probably one of the main learnings there is this is a very transferable skill. And we're already seeing quite a lot of people migrating from the oil and gas industry into wind, offshore wind, solar areas as well. So there's a lot there. In terms of what we can learn from renewables, I think it's a good question. We're a bit at the start of that journey in IPECA, so we're sort of relatively new in our relationship with the renewables people within our membership, and I think that we will there will be a lot we can gain from that. I suspect it's going to probably more along the lines of innovation and technology and adoption of technology at pace. May well be areas where we will the opportunity for us to sort of pick up from our more traditional approach to problem solving.
Yeah, and I mean, I spent some time in oil and gas many years ago, and I've been lucky to be in renewables for the last 14 years and see that industry grow. And I recognise some of the points that you're talking about, and certainly, from the wind perspective, RWE have got developments in Chile and Mexico, and the indigenous people side of things becomes more of a fore. We've got projects in Australia. We're also dealing with emerging market areas, which the supply chain is in its very early stages of development. So we're dealing with a lot of inexperienced contractors who are coming into this industry, and we have to set the baseline. And I think that feels where oil and gas was 30 years ago in some markets. But I think you're right, because I think what renewables can do is bring to the table this sort of almost, in some respects, a startup mentality of, learn quickly because the technology is advancing at such a pace. And that's the thing, that when you go back to the first turbines I was putting in were sub 1 megawatt, and you look at what we're putting in offshore now and actually planning projects with mythical designs of turbines we're not even seen in the flesh yet, so the technology is advancing very, very quickly, and then we're getting into this combined technology and all the factors that come into that from a person's perspective. They really become focused, shall we say. And I think it links to what Alistair was saying, and this fair and decent working environment. Alistair, I like that phrase a lot, because I think you're right, it is a basic human right, and it is translatable in many languages. And I think that's a really good phrase that people can take away from this, and how it links that human rights aspect to safety. But do you believe that, when you're looking at these human rights toolbox talks, do you feel that they instantly get that, or does it take time for people to get that? I know you talked about the modules, but how do you even start to introduce it? Because I think, that's where I'm interested. If you suddenly turn up and say, we're going to do a human rights focused toolbox, how do people feel about that in certain cultures?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, language is everything with this. You don't have to call it that, to be perfectly honest. You don't have to put human rights around it. Where we've kind of rolled it out before is really kind of tagging on the back and sort of building up a bit of momentum with it. So it's not a kind of, here's loads more work for you to do. It's more about actually leaning on what's already been done and being done well, and just start to build up some momentum, see some changes from it. And actually, what we found is on some sites where actually people who haven't been trained from some subcontractors on bigger sites have been listening in, and then go and take it on themselves, because they sit there on a large site, they see everyone engaging, 7 o'clock in the morning on a site, Teams, it's usually one person, everyone else sat down, you're doing this, we're doing that. Actually, people laughing, people talking to each other, engaging, and go, well, what are they doing that we're not doing? And it actually builds a bit of momentum. And I think, that's how you start to kind of get it to go there, is to show people the results of it. It's not here's an extra task, but little slight interventions changing what you're already doing, just with a bit of a different focus, can go a long way, to be honest, Marcus.
And do you find that, some of the social issues that, that Brian was talking about, in his presentation, those come from the sharp end in those conversations, that actually get more visibility of maybe some of the social issues that you weren't aware of.
Yeah, completely. This point around sort of speaking up, it's a very much kind of, stop work mentality, look out for one another. It's also about general workplace culture as well. If you're being treated wrong, you want people to, management staff want to know about it. They want to fix these kinds of things. So if you can start creating an environment at a level that's really familiar, that health and safety level is for the industry is so familiar, then it can spread into other things as well, where actually you have the confidence to go and speak to a team leader, a supervisor, someone from management, say, actually, something isn't right. Actually, this is a bigger problem for me as well. So, you want to be able to draw those points out. When Brian was talking around kind of, due diligence, unpacking that is basically you want to understand what the issues are, because you've got to go and find them. You've got to go and deal with them. And the best way to do that is for them to come to you, pretty much. So you want to instill that kind of environment, and that's why health and safety for renewables, for oil and gas is such a good vehicle, because it's something so familiar that people have already got their kind of teeth into as well.
Yeah, I think I think as you say, if the conversation is always top down, it just doesn't work. It has to be, and as Ryan was talking about, you have to engage with the people and get it from bottom up as well, because ultimately they're the end user of what we're trying to set as standards. They're the end user of the technology, and they're also exposed to the risks. So we need to get those conversations flowing, don't we? And in terms of Ryan and Tashina, I mean, I think that the technology has got a million questions in my head, because I can see so many applications for it. There are some challenges, I think, and it's interesting to see whether you trial that, or you're planning to trial that elsewhere. Is it going to be just a US product, or are you looking to trial it within BP in other parts of the world?
So the plan is absolutely to try it in other parts of the world, Marcus. So right now we are just finalizing a contract with Lightsource BP, which, as you would know, is the largest solar developer in Europe, and we're going to be deploying across all of their sites, O&M and construction globally, over the next 2 quarters. And then the plan is also to extend this to other segments within BP, and externally we're in conversations with a number of renewable energy companies, both in the US and in the European region, for deployments.
And in terms of, I mean, when we did the poll, there was maybe it's an age demographic, but the sort of technology interfacing together, I know that's being a man of a certain age, that's one of the challenges I always face with the ever-changing world of technology and trying to interface it in your daily working life. Do you see that that's one of your fundamental challenges, that you've got to make this very easy to interface with other systems?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we don't see this working in a silo at all. There is, this is as you're saying, this is an age of, federated tools and software, and they need to be able to speak to each other. So the way we have designed Dynamo is a really strong integration layer. So we didn't go ahead and build our own wearable that we connected to. We said we'll connect to existing wearables, what's available in the market. There are Fitbits, we connected to their API. There are smartwatches, there's Apple, there's Samsung, let's connect to them. There's smart water bottles, let's connect to their API. There are weather systems, let's connect to that. If there are e-cow systems, let's connect to that. Maintenance management systems, SAP and power factors, and other different vendors, we see ourselves being able to connect to them as well, to provide that sort of holistic view.
And would you see there any limitations using this, for example, offshore, or do you think it's transferable technology?
That's a great question, Marcus. We yet haven't explored offshore, and we yet haven't explored whether there would be nuances other than connectivity and architecture. There would be other nuances that we'll have to consider, but we're really keen to move into that space as well at some point.
Yeah, I think it's really worthy of looking at. I mean, I think, the sort of problems that Ryan describes from a daily working life doesn't actually differ that much when you're working offshore either. So there's equal benefits there. If we can curb off the fact that we can get it to work offshore, I think it would be a great asset to be faced.
Yep.
And I suppose for you, Ryan, what's the biggest change that you've seen with the team by using this?
It's the emergency response aspect of it. So now if I send somebody out and say to do a field inspections by themselves, they don't have to worry about being around a radio or being around a cell phone. That I can see where they're at, and if there's an emergency, see that there's a problem, right, and get help to them immediately. That's the biggest thing. That's the most important thing to me, is getting help out there and getting people back to their families, right? And that's what I want.
And the hydration challenge, what's the next challenge for those guys that you can bring into the technology?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure about that. See who can sleep better, maybe.
maybe. Yeah. Just not who can eat the most steak. You know, that's not the challenge we want.
We already have those challenges, Marcus.
Exactly. Yeah. I've seen it on TV. Well, listen, thank you very much. You know, really, really interesting, guys. I'm going to wrap it up there unless there's any other questions. Don't see any in the chat. But yeah, I really want to say thank you very much to each and every one of you. Really interesting set of presentations, all interlinking, and I think there's going to be loads of reflection. Certainly I've got copious notes here to take back into my organization, so really, really appreciate it. All right, thank you. So I'm going to try and close out now. So I'd really like to, you know, thank all of the speakers, you know, that have really given their time and efforts beforehand to do this. It's always a challenge when we're doing it virtually, but I think, you know, as I think we said earlier today, the pandemic has brought different ways of working. And, you know, if anybody said 3 years ago we'd have been doing these sort of things virtually, we probably all said it wouldn't work. But for me, it does work, and it's great that people take the time to prepare and attend, you know, and I think we are making a difference to the industry. So really good. And, you know, what we've heard from is some really excellent speakers from across the renewables industry and the wider, on a real diverse range of topics over the last couple of days. And I want to thank all the speakers for the thought-provoking and excellent presentations. It's clear that the industry has a long journey of improvement ahead, but we should also stop and remember the journey we've been on. You know, I've been in this game 14 years, and I've seen that it's a real journey that has improved. And yes, we've still got a long way to go. But, you know, the level of engagement between organizations, between industry bodies, between governments, between developers, you know, there's a real spirit of sharing knowledge, learning, and wanting to do the right thing, so that we put commercials to one side and we make sure that, you know, as was said earlier, that we can get people home safe every day. And those improvements made today, you know, show us that more can be done if we have a will and a motivation to do so. So I'm sure we'll leave here with lots of reflections and thoughts on what we can do each day within our respective organisations and industries. And that's a credit to all of the speakers that have spoken. The challenge is now to take those reflections and really to turn it into real change and output. So in addition to the speakers, I'd also like to thank the following. So the knowledge partner IBM and the sponsors, which are Equinor, ERM, Impact, Ørsted, RWE Renewables and SSE Renewables. And to really thank each of the speakers for the day. And, you know, for today and for yesterday. And now it's over to Vicky, who will end the session. Thank you very much.